you're telling me that those 10 beers that I'm having, I could drop back to 5 and it'll be alright.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Unheard of. What is this nonsense?
He's less sugar. Now I'm down 11 since the start of December. Same thing, just not, I don't need that big a meal. I don't need.
We went to Yellow Pies today. That would be a dangerous place to go.
Oh, dude, oh, bro. I used to do it.
If you lived anywhere near it.
I used to.
most people would check that. Check 1 2, check, check, check 1 2. 2026, check 1 2. Friday afternoon, Friday evening, check. If you're in the grandstands and can hear the PA, just put your hands up. You ready for a Friday night of really good old honest entertainment with real cars driven by real people with big balls? The cars, not the people. I guess maybe they're both, you know what I mean. So anyway, hey, welcome to 2026, our first Kenda of the year, bumping in at the bank. And Diggs thought he'd get up here. Been talking to Dave with the Overtaking Lane live stream. Thank you, RCE Performance, for 2026, folks. We've got Kenda every round on the stream, thanks to RCE and our Radial family. So how's that for big news? Guess who wants to also do some big things in 2026? This man. As much as this is the class of 2026, it very well is the class of 2025 and backwards. Because for many, many years, the radial bug has bit hard, none harder than this man, Simon O'Carroll, testing out here Friday. He's testing out the Kraken. You know what, it's not just him. We saw Chappie there before. I was talking to Dangerous Dave when Chappie's Camaro came out. And of course, Rob Chaplin on a 275 in a Camaro, 971 cubes. Had another crack at the track. He's another guy that's got the bug so hard that he just can't. It keeps biting him and he keeps just brushing it off and grabbing that steering wheel, putting it in the beams on a small tyre here in Australia. Folks, the Kraken. You know what, since last year, a lot of things have happened in Australian radial racing. We've got 3, potentially more. We've got 3 to probably 6 cars on a 275 in this country that can run 3-second times. The 3-second barrier on a 275 in Australia has fallen. Simon O'Carroll's got a 3-second time slip. Colsey's got a 3-second time slip. Chappie hasn't. But let me tell you about Chappie. The next Camaro Chappie brings will be brought for war. And I'm sure we'll have 3-second nitrous 275. Simon O'Carroll, screw blowing, Noonan Hemi, 5-speed, quick drive on a 275. Friday night testing. Whoa, I tell you there, that was out. I am going to try and turn some stuff on in here. We got no timing screen. You know what we're like in radial racing. We want to give you some 60-foot times. And remember, small tyre car, you know that thing's got 4,000 horsepower. So how does it leave the line on that 275 and not knock the tyre off it? That's the fascinating thing about where we are with tuning door cars in this country. Big tyre, small tyre, doesn't matter. We're on the pointy end of all this horsepower. And Simon, with his 3-second, the Kraken's been 3s before. I think it went a 416 earlier on this afternoon. I was watching the stream on the way up. Hey, Duncan, you're going to go take... Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Duncan. If someone can help out with a Chevy alternator... No? A what? A Ford? Oh, you want a Ford? Hang on. So you don't want a Chevy alternator, you want a Ford alternator. If anyone can help with a Ford alternator, 130 amp, can you go down and see Migaloo, the big Dodge Charger, 4,300 pounds, but it just needs a starter, what alternator and a starter bay? No, alternator. Alternator is what he needs. Alternator for a Ford, 130 amp. Any Ford, just a Ford. All right. Bloke with a mullet and a barra turns up with an alternator for him. A Ford alternator for Migaloo. Hey, we don't care. We'll swing which way we need to swing to get these guys back into racing. You know what it's like. You know what the world's like at the moment. 2026, our first hit of the year on radials in Australia. A couple of weeks ago, of course, right here, we had our pro mods going over at the 660. The old 660's catching on, folks. Get used to more of the pointy end of the 660 on big tyre and small tyre stuff. So we had, pro mods in the 3s over the 660. Isn't it funny? We had 380s, I think, and 370s. Ricker went 74, Johnny, of course. But, we've had 380s on a 275, 350s on, the 315. And look, news is that sometime between now and the end of the year, so just to give you a few little things to lick your lips about in Australian radial racing for 2026, and let me tell you, you should come on the road with us and try and get to a few of them, especially the one at the Band, Mackay, Kenda, of course, here, southeast Queensland's central location. Of course, Queensland, the radial state forever. Dougie Day, done the burnout, sitting back there. Looks like we're going to get the timing system armed up here. Back to that subject while Dougie's just contemplating what we're doing, is that we're getting the timing system turned back on. And we'll probably get the screen then, our timing screen. As we normally get in the commentator's box, you do get the basically the time slip as it happens on the run. So as soon as it leaves the line, like Simon's car on that run, gets to 60 foot, and it's like, well, there's a measurement there. I wanted to see that measurement so bad because you saw you got past the 60 foot, and back to that 4,000 horsepower on a small tyre, that you watch that car get that tyre planted, and the power management just goes nuts, trying to grab the power back on as quick as he could, and it went a bit further out, and nearly got away with it, and then just knocked them off. Probably what, 200 feet, 250 feet down the from the start line is where Kraken unpopped a couple of tentacles and going to go back to the pits and get ready for another hit tonight. And you all know this, folks. You've been working hard all week. Hands up who's been working hard all week out there. Who's worked hard? Put your hand up if you reckon you're the hardest working bloke or girl this week. This bloke. Yep. Good on you. Good on you, mate. I'll put my hand up. We put 5 splitties in today. What did you do today? Just asking. Not that I didn't do 5. I did I think half, but I supervised. Hands up. So who's the hardest? Okay, good. Not that there's a prize for it, but you know what your prize is? The next couple of hours. How about that? How about that? You worked hard. Guess what? Everyone in the staging lanes that own a car like this, you can't be a bludger and own a car like this either. So you've got to work hard. You've got to be smart. You've got to be organised. Especially if the things cost you a gazonk. I don't know if it's working. I guess, we can send one down. I think they were getting time, so we just weren't getting the screen. So let's just see. And again, if something goes wrong here with timing, don't blame me. I just asked if we could get the screen up, but hopefully everything's kicked. We couldn't really test that it's working because we hadn't had a car go down. But obviously, before that, we're getting slicks. Well, put it this way, up till now, we've still been getting ETs on the board. We just haven't been getting short times or an announcer or commentator screen here. So let's just see if we get something out of Dougie. 3:08, the iron line in the VK. A radial masterpiece from the east side of Brizzy. Oh, Dougie, I like it. I like it. Yeah, I got 60 foots. I got it all. Thank you. 116 for Dougie. 468. 116 in the 60 foot. That's good for him. 468, 151 mile an hour. That's one in the bank. And as I said to you before we got carried away with who's been working the hardest, is that the conditions for the track tonight, I think you're going to get pretty much, you're going to forget all the hard work you did this week and just appreciate the fruits of someone else's passion and pursuit. And I hope it keeps the fire burning in the belly to the day that you bump in at a Kenda or similar Australian lifestyle event. An automotive lifestyle event coming soon. Nearly every damn day in Queensland we're getting everyday automotive events. This is Timmy Cross. It is. This is the Cortina with the Godzilla in it, I believe. 429 cubes, it says here, tells me that it's probably correct. And isn't it amazing that we're getting a bit more Godzilla around? There's a bit of Coyote hanging around, but there's a bit more Godzilla sneaking in. I mean, there's 9 billion Barras and 400 million LSs and the occasional small block. and about 900 million 2Js. It's like this is horsepower growing in paddocks here in Queensland. Literally, we're growing horsepower in the suburbs. That's what we're doing. Yeah, Capri. Yeah, what did I say? Did I say Cortina? I don't know. Capri, yeah. Here we go. What a treat. What a treat on a Friday night. Here she is in the water. And I think this is Brent beside in the RX-7. Spot on, shirts on. So I'd say that's Brent Coles. That's Jessie Lindner. Sitting in the water in the Camaro. Oh, Jessie. I tell you what, even Barney's smiling at that there. Was she allowed to do that? I hope she was. I just hope you didn't talk about the burnout and then she just did one. That's a hell of a burnout, Miss Lindner, I must say. For a girl that's not even 21 yet, getting out there and belting Dad's Camaro around. This car came down. This is, of course, my boss, Barney Lindner. There he is out the front. Look at those directions. That's the sort of directions I get every day at work. Look at that. That's a good burnout. I think it's her best burnout yet. Barney can do a big... That's the car Barney, of course, was racing in Rumble for so many years. Cut his teeth in Rumble. Pretty tough street car. Blowing small block, this Camaro. He comes down to work on the Saturday. I'm getting decked out in my brand new Brisbane Air van. Beautiful car. Renault. Beautiful turbo Renault. I call him Renee. And they turned up in this thing and he offered me the keys to go for a fang. I said, oh, no, let Jessie drive it first. Colesy bumps in. Here we go. Go, Jessie. Get ready, girl. Anytime. There's the tree. There's the green. Anytime. Just go. Let it rip. Just tromp it. Go. Just send it. You can hit it. She's still in the beams. She can hit it. The thing's probably still... I mean, this thing is a true street car. It's an angry street car. And I don't know, maybe sometimes, and this is Friday, of course, this is testing. This is kind of what it's all designed to be for, is to get used to situations. And if if it's in regards to the tune-up, is it regards to driver performance? It's in stage, so she can literally tromp it. But yeah, we'll give her another hit at it. Like, just again, I understand it's the process. Let's get her back into the process. She did go in. She had both bulbs on. Now, Colesy bumped in and then took the bottom light out for a second. Then the tree was thrown, and I think she was watching his light flicker and didn't see the tree. And she thought, well, I didn't see the amber. She was looking at Colesy's bottom bulb. Go, girl. Hey, 084. I tell you, she regathered herself. That is looking good. Look at that thing. Oh, 49. She ran a 49, the Savo, I think. 49, 105, 084, and for the second time in a row, wheels up. Young lady with the wheels up on a Friday night. Queensland girl, lifting up the wheels of the blown Camaro. All right, a couple of Fords here, no names just yet. But I have been watching the progress of the FG. There's a lot of life left in the old Falcon, I can tell you. We're done, we're set, we're done. Tree hasn't cleared yet. That's what the start line grabbed, noticing that the bottom readouts hadn't reset, which meant the tree wouldn't throw. So it's just throwing up or kept lights there. There we go. We'll be right again. You know the old turn it off, turn it back on thing. You know, it still works with timing system. Sure, boys. Jacko and the gang, more than welcome. Top floor, boys. Top floor, boys. Come on up. All right, the FG back in... I'm sensing a bit of Boss, 260 style / maybe Coyote. Maybe I've got to get under the hood of that FG. It's definitely an 8. The XD, can't hear it. Could be a V8 in it. Doing the job. I don't mind it. I'll tell you what, 641, 111 mile an hour, bang on the 640 Rumble class tomorrow. This is what testing's all about. It's not also about getting the cars dialed in, trying to run a number. It's the driver getting that start line practice. Like, when's the last time you lit 2 bulbs on a start line and faced the pro tree? And just remember, you probably haven't done it. Like to actually roll a car into these beams and get the tree thrown on you, let alone with something with 4,000 horsepower. You know, this is where a young man can get real sharp focus and attention. You want to go and bump something into the beams. The kids want to go to Bump City in the future, no doubt about it. Got a couple of young Bump City citizens here. Dad might let you drive it, Jacko. He might just let you drive it. Turbo LS. I reckon she'd be a 640 rumble car. Here he is, Mitchell Bean. Talking about Camaros, Mitch had his own Turbo LS Camaro street car, bit of drag and drive. And him and Kim had done plenty of drag and drive. And I knew this had happened with Mitch because I knew him before when he had another drag car, one of the most immaculate FX full tube super sedans back in the day, Mitch. But street cars never went too far away. And then here he is with the latest dream. This is almost all we need after this. The Torque Dirty. This is essentially one hell of a weapon. It's an LS. I mean, to me, it's an RVW style level of caliber car with a big healthy LS in it. So, and lightish. Like, you know, this ain't a particularly heavy car either. So, enough power in the LS here for Mitchell. He's only still shaking the car down, but here we are in 2026, bang ready for the first Kenda of the year, like he said he wanted to. Just get that bulb in. That's what he's got to learn. This is what everyone's got to learn. That's not bad. That's not bad. Just walk it down. 136 in the 60 foot. And there we go. A 508 as easy as you want. 148 mile an hour. You can see how it can go horrible. Like if that thing did show you the rest of its horsepower, that you know what Mitch is going to be in for when all that happens. But right now, 136 in the 60. Another lap down the track. Pull them chutes. Get around the corner. Nothing leaking, everything working. Let's go back. And this teaches you to be prepared and be willing to you know, when you get the most ultimate toy you could ever own. Like, think of the best Lego you could ever own, and this is pretty much it. Because guess what? It all can come apart in pieces. You could take it back to the last nut and bolt and build it again. A lot of the times, well, these days you can almost get a set of instructions and do one yourself, which you can, right? And the best way, and the easiest way, and the fastest way is to buy a car that's already there and working, and you just start hotting it up like every other hot rodded in. And again, we're a bit biased, but older cars are cooler cars because newer cars suck. That should be a sticker. Someone should do that. Older cars are cooler cars. That's our new 2026. We want new slogans in 2026 as well. That's a sticker right there. Older cars are cooler cars, ... because new cars suck. And I don't care if I offend manufacturers with that. That's just a bit of truth, because for some reason these old things keep popping up and they're still cooler than anything we see on the road. And I'm not picking on electric cars either, okay? I'm not picking on electrics. We still can't have electrics here, so we're already voltist. You hear of racist? I'm a drag racist, but have you ever been voltist? That's right. Anti-voltism. All right, here we go. Bump it in. Russell Archer. Can't get that small tyre to hook up. That is a very cranky 13B with I think it's now got a C4 or a turbo 400 in it. I know he had a manual for a while, but he's done Jambo like forever, and he's found radial racing, and Russell Archer loves it. And let's add up. More rotaries on radials than any other series in the world, and I can tell you that as a fact for 2026 already. I think we've got 5 or 6 rotars here. And where else in the world do you get that many rotors doing radial racing at the one event? Nowhere. Queensland Radial State. Just again, we've got them growing out of the paddock. That's what we've got them doing. I say that to my kids nearly every single week when another one pops up and you hear about, or you turn up at the next event, or the next Cars and Coffee, or the next United Brendale. Yeah, eh? Yeah, I love that kids there can have a hangout like we did, like Anzac Avenue, Powers Brewing, Fisherman Island. Here's Scotty Hitwell. Oh, there it was, 146, nearly pulled it off. 146 for Scotty Hitwell, very healthy turbo. I think still small block in that car. Look at one of his sponsors he's got here on the screen, Oz Wheels. How cool are all the Oz Wheels? For years we wondered whether grown men would still buy model cars, but you know what? I still accidentally go to an IGA and pick up a $2 Hot Wheel. You'd be mad not to, honestly. You're there going, okay, pack a Chewy or a slammed whatever. Just find the right car. No pack a Chewy this week. It's another car to hang in the workshop and dream about one day owning a real version of that. But I think Scotty Hitwell epitomises what worship we're starting to get for the Aussie shapes, the traditional Aussie shapes, and that they're always still going to be as cool as they've always ever been. And yes, we'll still get little models of them. My son, 21, 22, I forget which one he is, 23, could be 22, I don't know which one. William, worked at an auto parts store. Guess what? When all these things come out, they've got to put them out on the shelf, and I suppose if by lunchtime or, leave them there for a day, then have a look at what's left. And that's what he's done. So he brings a couple home. I said, you're 22, mate. You're bringing home little Oz wheels, and where are you hanging that? And puts it in his room. How can you can't go cranky as a dad on your son. He's 22 and he does that. I think that's a great idea, son. Yeah, sure, put them in your room. As long as they stay in your room, they can't be on the dining room table. Mum's going to be cranky. Sometimes we need to hide. Sometimes mums don't have as much tolerance for cars as dads. I notice that. But I know there's a lot more cool mums out there than ever before. So we try and minimalise. We try and overcar mum. Like, if we're watching YouTube and we're watching drag racing and the mum turns up, we better change what we're watching because mum's not going to like the revving engines. Just now. She'll be up for some later at the right time if you get it. But we've got to sometimes filter our car love and suppress it. Sometimes if you're openly drag racist, sometimes coming out of the closet is a hard thing to do. To admit that you think about drag racing more than an average person does. And that's still me at my age, and I'm sure if kids really do get into it, and we're seeing a lot of them do it. This guy out the front here, so here we go, Mr. KPM. Kevy Morton, he's backing this thing back at Dale Gridley's. Honestly, Australia right now, have a look at this stuff. This is Aussie radial racing in every expressive form you can get. We don't care what you build. 532 cubes, yes, you can have it. Twin turbos, yeah. A patina Valiant delivery with Kevy Morton out the front. I've known that kid since he was about 7. Now he just can't get enough. The customers can't get enough. Can't get enough of Kevys out there. Plenty of legend Kevys in Queensland. But here we go. Dale Gridley, get some. Come on, Friday night. This is for all the hard work. Track's coming round. That's clean. It goes 125 at the 60 and 486 at 157 at the 660. So I'd say that's a reward for a lot of hard work. If he was trying to hit the tree, he succeeded like an 060. So he can hit the tree. Boys off. The loud noises scared you, did they? Good. Couple of our young rev heads here. Honestly, I don't worry about the kids getting into cars at the right price. It's the houses getting in the right price is a little hard to get into, but you can still get into a bit of something cool for not a lot of dough. Oh well, look, sorry, Dodsy, I didn't see that little thing come through on WhatsApp. I'm not a big WhatsApp guy. But he's WhatsApped me here talking about, of course, Dodsy. So we were talking about that before. We've got Colesy, and here's Andrew Coles. This is the brother of Brett Coles. But we talked about that in Australia, Queensland, the radial state, more rotors on radials than anywhere else in the world. Like I can't remember anywhere at a Lights Out, No Mercy, whatever else they run in small tyre stuff in America, that all the rotors turn up in different categories. And that just goes to show how strong the scene is. And, of course, Alan Dodsy, what up, G? One of the quickest guys at the 13B in Australia. Well, guess what? Mrs. Dodsy, Jan Dodds, is just about to get into a bit of Bump City in the future with her RX3 that Dodsy's built. The Dodds family keeping everyone happy with rotors. And Jan Dodd's going to go to Bump City in 2026. Oh, yeah, Webby, I agree. Webby's messaged me saying the track is on point. That picture of the VL there. I watched Connor a couple of times. I watched Scooter March about 900 times, but on the stream in the traffic, I was watching all you legends. Look at this legend, Colesy. You get some. Come on, mate. All the hard work. Public Enemy. Testing Friday. Whoa, it's out there. Yeah, just to get one through, just to get it all through and get it percolating easy. Light throttle, 558 at 148 mile an hour. Off the button goes 125. Nelly got it. Nelly caught it. Right there. As we said, yes, it was warm today. Started at 4. G'day, Wiz. How are you, mate? Wiz, you coming up for another run tonight with Buzz? Yeah, two more hits tonight for Buzz. So that's the other one of the other rotary radial guys giving us a signal then. Dwayne Wisby doing the exact same. Going to bump his 13B 626 into the beams a couple more times tonight in readiness for tomorrow's categories. This is Friday night testing. We're on the RCE Performance live stream for 2026. And Duncan, did you get a Ford alternator yet? Migaloo, the big Dodge Charger, folks. Anyone here that can help? See this bloke down the front. He's got the Parramatta shorts on and the Migaloo shirt. He needs a Ford alternator. Give this battler a Ford. Look, is that Peter Sterling? No, sorry, it's Duncan McKenna. Sorry. Yeah, it's you. Hello, have you got a Ford alternator? Is that what you're saying? You got a Ford alternator? No, it's Jacko. Here's another guy that's bumping in, and again, I haven't got the name immediately for our bloke. I knew about this car. I've seen this car. A big shout out to, again, Jen Dodd. Bumping in, another bumping radial chick. This car, and again, I hate to talk about whose ex-car it was, but I mean, he's still a legend. That's why we acknowledge it, because the guy built it himself. It was Joe Gauci initially put this car together. It's been sold, obviously. Joe got a Carl Cox Eleanor, and this got sold, and one of the customers was spot on. I'll get his name. Got this thing. Spot on's been right through it, and we get him on a small tyre. Tell ya, whoa, okay. Hey, look, you know what? 126 in the 60 foot and drove it a bit. Remember, we're in the early stages of observing this car before getting the IHRA tick of approval for the licence, because I would imagine, because Laurie's down there from IHRA and he is watching him very, very closely. So he would be in that licensing procedure, as is, of course, our dragster. I saw that wild dragster on the stream on the way home, on the way here tonight. Could be in K525 tomorrow, which allows all sorts of things in on radials. Dragster in K525. That's brought to us this year by Your Plumbing Solutions. So it could be that. So more licensing to be ticked off before some of our competitors can race. And you know what? We still have a couple of hours to do it. I think we're going through till 10. The conditions kind of lend us to think that we're going to be really, really close to the sweet spot from now on. And again, it becomes that adjustment from this afternoon, slightly hot. Few guys missed it from what I watched on the way up on the stream, sitting in peak hour traffic on the way to hear this beautiful place Friday night. Friday night and Arvo in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia for 2026 to see small tyre racing. And it just doesn't get old, folks. You just think, oh, can we go another year? What are we up to? Is the scene still as good as it was last year? How do we know? Well, you turn up. And we want everyone that's out there watching on the live stream to consider your options tomorrow and get here. If it's 2 hour drive, I don't care. Come and see me. I'll personally greet you. If you drive from over 2 hours to get here, you give me the shout out, put your name on something, text it on the Overtaking Lane stream to prove that you're here, and I'll give you a big shout out. Trent Brimble, the villain VL, he ain't finished. 2025, that was so 2025. Is that Ash Thompson out there too? Okay, here goes villain. That'll do for now. 129 in the 60, sends it out. 510, 143 mile an hour. 129 in the 60, got it down. Percentage pass. That's the sort of stuff you can race with. Yes, a 480 is probably going to get you to the sharper end of the field by the end of quali tomorrow. Like, remember, we've got a few guys that you won't see tonight that will be here tomorrow. And it'll fill you in on all the gaps. But we encourage everyone out there that's here today and watching live to get here tomorrow and be a mega part of this for 2026. the RCE live stream's here for us as a beautiful service and a recording mechanism. I'd call it like a big data logger, the RCE Performance live stream, because this is heralding what we do in the radial scene live, and then we're got that on YouTube for eternity. So I think we've got to log a bit more days of amazing radial brilliance. Daniel Hookham in the, well, it says Commodore, and whether or not that is Hookham's other car, the Capri, but we do know that's none other than Pembo, Ash Pemberton, bumping in on Friday night like a good Queenslander. He wants a bit of 550 out there. Daniel Hookham, I don't know what he's looking for in that car. 545 for Ash on that 550 index tomorrow. 614 for Daniel Hookham in that Capri. He's either trying to head for a 580 or a 640. So good to see Ash Pemberton reacquainting himself with the Pro Tree here for the first round for Kenda 660 tomorrow. Testing here tonight for the class of 2026. For those that need to do a little bit of pre-season tuition, this is the classroom to do it in. Willowbank Raceway, drag racing's finest, and of course, Queensland, the radial state. Oh, I certainly will. I'll hold that right there, Doddsy. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Thank you, Jai, for the photo. There we go. So what we need is a pretty much Aeroflow 140 amp alternator, AF 42731140. It's for a Ford style. So Ford style alternator. Please, Migaloo needs that Ford style alternator. Okay, Jesse Lindner is back. Big Papa Barney out the front there, steering the girl in. I'm sure he'll be impressed with that burnout when he sees the replay from the... Oh, girl. She keeps it. Yes, wheels up. 260 on the tree. Had a little bump into pre-stage there just when she hit... Oh, 50, that'll do. That's nice. 49, 50. That's a safe place to be. 49, and a 50. Just a bit more tree. Needs a bit more... That thing kind of rocked on the trans brake that time, and that again just flustered her. That's why the 260 light came up. She hit it, I think, a little bit better the earlier hit, considering that she had that little discrepancy on the line with Colsey. So the test days are there to get not only, as we said, the thing running properly, the vehicle running properly, mechanically doing what you want it to do, hooking up like you want it to do, running cleanly and giving you the ET you want, but it's the tree. You watch by the end of tomorrow, and I want you people to be here live more than on our RCE stream. We can watch all that for eternity, but, you know, getting here live and seeing it happen in real time, in real pits. Go and see these people in the pits between rounds, and you can't believe we've got better talent here than any American reality show. I'll give you the hot tip. Go there, yes! God bless this country when Ben Robertson gets to hit the Commodore out. 498, 151. Now that's hitting Friday night right. That is hitting Friday night right. How good is the Australian radial scene, ladies and gentlemen, when this is just a little simple test pass that's so on point and tough all by itself, just naturally. All they're trying to do is get the most out of their toys that they've afforded themselves. I love this. No name on it at the moment, but you don't need a name for it. Just look at it. Little bit of flame in the pipe. I'm loving this. If this is a bit of K525 tomorrow, this is far out, man. This is trippy. Check it out. Craig Scotney beside him from Maryborough. Part of course, Queensland, the radial state. Nice run for him. First hit, 547. Trying to hit that 550. There's a 547. I mean, I'm not unhappy not listening to that. So I tell you, I'm enjoying that. I am enjoying that. That's got a fair old cackle on it. I'm enjoying that. Better when he gives it a hit next time. I know he just, I think, got the licence ticked off. For him to be able to be on a paired run would indicate to me that he had completed that part of that, and probably in the past had. I don't know. I haven't seen the car before. Blew my mind when I saw it. I still think it's like an LS-based deal, but it does have a mechanical system on it from what I could see off the stream. All right, our Friday night entertainment. Well, I'll tell you it's entertainment. It definitely is entertainment, but it's just testing for these people. And a guy trying on Kenda in 2026 is the man in his pickup truck, affectionately known as Frankie. That's Scooter March. First Kenda for Scooter. Oh, it is Glenn. Thank you, Shagger. Glenn Teal. It's Glenn Teal. There we go. It's almost like he knew we were talking about him. Stu Henry in that Capri next door. Look at this thing. Let me tell you, folks, it's on a radial. He's in OG275, and if you love a break from the turbocharging of Bump City, how about rooting for a 615 cubes? And he might be back to his old tricky nitrous tricks here, Stu Henry. I know he can proudly say it's all motor as well. I think it's got enough on the engine, so he'll be looking to get this thing into the 4-second zone in the Capri. But Scooter March has hit the tree about 900 times trying to hit 700 for the Rebels class. It's such a class for you, the Rebels class, Scooter March. It's almost destiny if you could whip everyone tomorrow. Little walk off the line for Stu. Look, it still went 139 before it went ugly. 709 gets you in the ballpark. But Scooter March, check this out, folks. He's just never done a Kenda. Well, technically, he hasn't even done a Kenda yet. He's just testing for Kenda tomorrow. He's done about probably 15 passes today, trying to hit 700. He went 709. Guess what, Chris? Guess what he cut the tree at? Did you see? You didn't see it come up, did you? Pro tree for Scooter. Guess what? 009 for Scooter on that hit. So it's not just about getting the car dialed in. It's like getting the driver dialed into that top bulb, setting it up for that pro tree, because that's the only way you can win rounds sometimes is hole shot. And not only hole shot, repeating the staging process successfully for 6 times tomorrow. 7 if you're good. So you've got to be perfect the way you put that thing in the beam 6 times tomorrow, or else it's going to end up in tears. You'll be crying on the non-existent time slip you didn't get because you didn't do the staging thing and get that time slip. Look, I hate to be, I hope it doesn't happen tomorrow. I'm just saying we've seen it before. It's another little angle in the drama of radial racing. Do we over-dramatise it a little bit? Yes. Is that my job? Yes. Does it come naturally? Yes. Does it sell itself? Yes. This stuff's pretty much world class everywhere we look, and can't believe it's just happening in the garages and workshops of this little brown country of ours, and flourishing in the pastures of southeast Queensland at any one time. You wouldn't even believe that there's actually even, and I'll say this over the live stream as well for old time's sake, is Power Cruise is on down the road as we speak as well. So you can't get enough grunt per square metre. Can't get enough. Well, mind you, there's a lot more thrashing and flogging, and I don't mind that you can do that with a car, because Power Cruise, some people used to go to Power Cruise to cruise and just look. People go in there and there's a whole group of them, and it's not like I'm bagging them because I love them, and I just gluttons for punishment. You go and thrash that thing, and then you work out that a lot of them are like us. They've just been the hardest working person that week. And, cars aren't cheap. So, you go out there, work your backside off to make a quid, to keep a car, and then go out and thrash the bejesus out of it, fix it again and do it all again. Look, God bless this country if you're a citizen that wants to do that. Over the road here, though, however, we're a finer, cultured person. We still have the horsepower, but we have the focus. We're prepared, but also prepared to fail and not throw your toys out of the cot and not be a gentleman or gentle lady racer, but actually appreciate the discipline which is, heads up, pro tree, door car racing on small tyres in our little local community. It's pretty much world class, and I'm not blowing that up beyond proportion. That is true. Does it fit in with what the world's doing, what the world's appreciating in? You bet your damn right it is. But we do it different. Like we're about to have a couple of 2J powered radial cars come up, and again, yes, the 2J platform in all its glory. Does it show up consistently at events like radial events on that radial tyre, and I've committed to that with that? Not as much. In Australia we do. The world's got a few, White Rice, all of that. just world class on a radial, and that's quarter-mile radial as well as eighth-mile radial. But we've got plenty of players, exactly the same equipment, exactly the same fruit, but then we put it in a VL wagon and we put it in an LC Tirana. Literally an LC Pro Mod and a VL wagon Pro Mod with 2Js everywhere. That's the sort of country I'm happy to live in the rest of my life, when you know that they're literally, you know, not only friends, brothers and neighbours, but here we are in 2026 and we can't see ourselves doing really anything else other than working hard enough to keep racing or keep involved in cars as the scene continues to flourish onwards. We're spoiled. Power Crews down the road, Kenda here. I hope we get all the Power Crews people to come over and come in and watch. And for all those people that are out there watching the live stream or picking it up now, like and share, tag, whatever, Power Crews, whatever, get that over the stream, the RCE Performance live stream in 2026, especially our people that are considering going to Power Crews down the road now, or not. If not, make that the option. Go there, come here. Go and see it getting thrashed. Go and get it seen, get the last millimetre out of it. Down there, you can rev it till you got nothing left. Here, you need to try and work hard to use every millimetre of what you've created. And that's only on a time slip that you are measured. Yeah, Friday night entertainment in Queensland, eh? What a state to live in when this keeps coming up. Have a look at this. They are two JZ brothers. Danny Lansdowne in the VL Wags, Ryan Holtz, the LC Tirana. Can't tell me that you ain't seeing sex out there on sex on wheels out there. And I'm not talking about the guys; they're lovely guys. And I suppose if you're into that, you know they're very attractive men. But they've got amazing radial housewives, amazing families, and the Spot On family especially. Just you know, you race like enemies, but pit-like brothers, pretty much. And we're going to go to Bump City on a Friday night for 2026 right now, side by side, 2JZ Bump City coming to you Friday. Oh, not yet for Danny. Whoa, Ryan Holtz, 111, and it's on a set! Ryan Holtz, 425! 425, 178 mile an hour. We're looking at the VL zing the tyre. I'm waiting for Ryan to let go of the button. Danny's the one that went in on the tree lit up. Ryan didn't light it. He didn't want to be in that situation in testing. So Ryan just lit it up after Danny left. Gave him the tree, I suppose. It wasn't about that. But Ryan Holtz, folks, 111 in the 60 foot. It looked fast out of the hole. Did you see that suspension separate? Remember, that car is, I wouldn't say extremely light, but it's lighter than anything he's ever driven. And you can just see that all working so well. It's a little bit like Dougie's VK Commodore. Again, a full tube chassis car, light on the lighter side, producing benefits of its weight. And there we go, 111 in the 60 foot. It came out, it stayed glued. And you know what? Hats off to the bloke, Captain Risky, drove it as well. 425, 178 mile an hour, 2026. This is impressive stuff when we're just testing for the new season. You can watch that back if you want on the RCE Performance live stream. Not only just now, 6 months, 3 months, 2 weeks, whatever. And that's what we're looking for in 2026 is it's almost like someone needs to hold the camcorder and start recording our classes. We're so busy just dishing it out that it's hard to sometimes, how do you bottle gold? I mean, how do you bottle liquid gold? That's pretty much what it is. It's not just liquid. It's gas, it's metal, whatever it is. It's just Aussie know-how. Young kids in Commodores. This is Australia 2026. Face it, and I'm glad we can still say that. Let's say that in 20 years' time. Young kids in Commodores. Here he is. Caleb. 4-4 last night on a 235 into the 4-4 zone. I don't know what time that time was run last night. We are now at 7:40 p.m. Queensland time. I don't say daylight saving, I just say Queensland time. I don't have to explain. They can work out the sums. There's 7:40 Queensland time. And I don't know what time last night they ran the 4:40, but here he is. Terry at the front. That Commodore has just been massaged and manipulated and rebuilt and broken and rebuilt and tuned. And remember, we're becoming the masters of the catch, squeeze and feed of the tyre. Nelly sends it out of there like it went 1-3-2 on that little walk, on that little catch mode that it does work. And I noticed that the pattern of getting that 235 tyre to behave and just appreciate just the science of it, the art of it. The young kid steering it, the dad tuning it, you know what I mean? It's quite good. These days I'm sure I wouldn't even say dad's tuning it, dad's helping. I'm sure Junior probably gets the whole call, and then, he'll probably go, what do you reckon, Dad? Up to you. I'm sure there's plenty of that. You want to do it that way? Up to you, son. Giving your son those opportunities to back themselves, and I think that's what we need to do with young folks in the future. And cars are a good way to sort of help. It's a challenge. There's rewards for hard work. It is a rolling classroom, essentially, on how to be successful in life. Lead by example. Dwayne Wisby, well, I've known him since he was an apprentice mechanic, so I know all these people. He used to drive me to Petrie Railway Station in his hotted up HR Holden at a 202 in it with a 4-speed and a gear drive. I could hear Dwayne from about 3 blocks away when he used to drive the old straight cut 202 HR. But now he's into 13Bs. If I told him back then as a kid, you're going to be in the rotaries when you're older, Dwayne, he probably would have laughed. Oh, just got those feet down, but it kind of just rebounded a little bit. Like, it didn't particularly like it. 6.31 at 116 mile an hour. Too often than not, that's a just give it a hit, see if it'll take it, and then we can adjust from there. And testing tonight, as we said, I think we're going to 10. It's perfect conditions to be able to, because it's been warm during the day. But the air is actually not too shabby. Again, don't ask me for any other information in regards to weather stations. You can hopefully check it all out yourself. Someone can text me. Normally there's someone smart out there that can give me all the relative altitudes and what's it? The grains of water, isn't it? The grains of water. How many water grains? I need all that. Just I know it's hard to probably be able to transfer that into usable information, other than there's smart people out there that not only know it, but know that it affects what they're trying to do. So here's Jaden Seng, part of the Seng brothers, of course, doing Toowoomba proud. Tell you what, Stu Henry, the Gazzards, Toowoomba, tell you, another Queensland town, full of radial legends and juniors. Grabs it. Squeeze, 1, 2, 1, and then pop and fly. We got some business going on in the front of that thing. We got some business out the front of that thing. We got some fire down there. We got fire on board there. We better go after him down there. How big, you saw it. I'm sure you guys saw it, but she went boom, big burst of flame down there. Could be a fuel. We don't know what that stuff can be. So many things on these cars are of high pressure. Wouldn't think it's an oil thing. Definitely still on fire. We are still on fire down there. We are onto it now, but normally we'd have some sort of fire suppression helping with that Commodore, and then the rest should arrive shortly, and we're getting to that. Jaden's definitely out of the car from what I can see, and we're racing down there as fast as we can. That's the crew. So look, they should be the only people making their way down there right now would be the crew. No one else, please. You just stay right here. We'll get onto it. We're onto it now. That thing did go for a fair bit of flame. I mean, so much so, I didn't even grab the ET. I didn't even grab the ET out of it. I didn't see it. Hopefully, through the stream. Again, if I had my iPad up here, I could scroll back and find that ET, because I'm sure we got one. He hit everything right there. Jaden hit everything right on the tree like that young gun has. He's done it in the past. They're hot shots in 235, both brothers. But yeah, we're on our way down. There you go. Thank you, Hot Rod. 480 Hot Rod. Yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't get the ET. I was watching the car go, like, because he was on it. He was sending it. Do we get the speed? I didn't get the speed, but it was a grab. It came out, as I said. I think I saw a 121 in the 60. I'm sure I had enough time off the hit. Didn't get his reaction time, but I got that short time, like a 121. And there was no grab. Like, there was a very masterful grab there of the tyre that just grabbed it at the right time, and off it went. That's power management when it works. Like, I mean, I know he's on fire down the end. We'll get to that in a sec. But when it came out like that, you know, that's literally what these guys live and breathe, is to get the run in. And the best way to get a run is to get that magic 60, that magic 100-foot down pat for it to send the rest of the power. And that was out and gone. 121 in the 60. Out it went, and was not hassled after that. And then you could definitely see it was making some horsepower. Absolutely got some grunt, and just right through the finish line. Then it did just get our attention watching the car from the back, as that we could see all the fire out the front of it as it went over the 660 mark. So an 480 there for Jades. But oh goodness me, we'll hope that whatever the burning was, obviously look. It must be out of control from what we can see here. Actually, Dave, that's a good little idea. I think we already talked about this, didn't we? I don't think we're allowed to have drones and stuff in here, but it'd be good to shoot a little one down there to have a look. Thanks, Hot Rod. What's that? Oh, that's the air density. Thanks. Hot Rod's got all the info tonight, all the air density and everything. And he sent me the link. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on what's going on down there. But we are surveying that lane. And we have got track cleanup stuff there. That's right now, obviously, priority is to secure and move the car once it's safe, and obviously fire out. But whatever it's done from there, if it is indeed an oil thing, well, yeah, that's a fair bit. So they'll be onto it. If that's what it is, certainly look something like that. But I mean, it was flame, no smoke. But you just don't know. But it'll be interesting to see what that looks like close up. And it's not good. But it is, of course, one thing about when we want to make horsepower like these guys want to, and push these things to limits. Well, there's a limit. Sometimes you get reminded of what the limit is, and that's it there for Jades tonight. But one thing about it, this will be interesting to, if they are out, well, they'll definitely be telling us. But it doesn't seem to be in their DNA to think that even that, whatever it is a setback. It is a setback, big setback. Damn thing popped at the end and caught on fire. It's you know, do you park the old faithful VH up and concentrate on the blue one, or do the boys pitch in? It's not out of the ordinary for them to do that. So, and again, they just do it probably as not that I dare them, but you know what I mean. They're just that sort of, those kids again, knowing them since they were very, very young, and in junior drags, as of course Dad Terry, you know, with the Brocky, especially establishing some early drag and drive prowess there with that, and then into radial and pro street racing, of course. And then the boys grow up. Got some good boys out there in various forms of not only motorsport, but in general. Talk about Disco Dean there before, because Disco's got a little link in go-karts. We've got Connor Webb here in the staging lanes. We've got Jesse Lindner somewhere there in the pits. We've got all some young guns. What up, G? How's this for a story? Let me give you a little an update there from. Of course, talking about radial and rotary races there, that the Dodds family. You talk about chip off the old block, and I'm not talking about young Marley Dodds as a drag racer yet, because young Marley will probably end up in one of the What Up G cars or whatever, because now Mum's now going to be in Miss Rhoda for Kenda in the future. But how's this for a story? One of your young fellas, you know, kicking butt. Get this, Marley Dodd. I think he's 16. He got picked in the Australian boxing team in the World Cup in Thailand. He's fighting for Australia in the World Cup in Thailand in 2 weeks and qualifying for the Youth Olympics in November. He got picked to the Australian team for age. And would you believe this? He kind of not that he came out of nowhere. Just said he's done a few fights now at his age and weight. And then he got the attention of basically the Olympic selectors, and they said, "Oh, quite successful 16-year-old young boxer." So fighting for his country in the World Cup in Thailand in 2 weeks, qualifying for Youth Olympics in November. He is kind of the right age to be turning up in Brisbane Olympics in 2032. No pressure, Miles, but he is a young kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and boy, can he punch. I did ask Dodsy himself, Mr. What Up G. He was a good boxer at his age as well, he says, but he said his son is very proud of where he's up to. He still reckons he can take him, but Marley, I think once Marley starts sort of filling out, and again he's gonna when you start to grow up, it'd just be interesting to see what weight he can fight on in the future. But boy, as a 16-year-old, kilo to kilo, he is one of Australia's very, very best in it. And we wish Marley Dodd and the What Up G family all the best for what the young guy's doing. He got me to call a fight night there a couple of years ago. He goes, "Have you ever done a fight night? I'd like to come and be the ring announcer." I was crapping my dacks because I actually thought I had to stand in the ring and do that every fight. But when I got there, basically there's a room full of, I don't know how many people. Let's say there's 1,000 people in the room and all these different boxing clubs there. And basically they came up and there's the referee. And I said, "Oh, so do I have to get up into the ring?" And they go, "No, you just sit here every fight." I said, "Just call it, sit here at the table and just read it out over the mic." So I didn't have to stand up. And then by the end of it, I started to get the hang of it. Not quite Bruce Buffer, but... And some of the kids, a couple of 14-year-old boys, it was the 10-year-old girls that stunned me. Just honestly, get yourself to some youth boxing stuff and get to some of these fight nights. I honestly was very entertained. I felt a bit threatened that a 10-year-old could punch like that, let alone two 10-year-olds, let alone two 10-year-old girls could punch like that. But they're out there amongst us, these little success stories, and I love that Marley Dodd, and I've known the kid again since he was actually a baby, since I've known the Dodds family, that this kid is good. He's quiet, he's humble, he works hard. Dodsy, somewhere you should share that, whether that was a Snapchat or whatever you sent, there's a little video that he sent me of him in training Marley. It's only a little 30-second thing about him training, sparring, punching, boxing, and then there's the bit at the end, whether or not that's a boxer thing or whatever, but then he sort of does a little show off with the skipping rope. You should watch it for that. The kid, if he's got feet like that, let me tell you, you should watch his feet. Don't worry about his fist, mate. Watch his feet. Watch his feet. That's a big shout out. Speaking of, hey, you've already got your rap, Connor Webb. I gave you he's on the start line here, Connor. Again, we're talking about, this all came from talking about Jaden that's down the end, unfortunately still picking up from the big send. But here's young Connor out here, been sending it on the pro tree himself too. Another chip off the old block. Is that going to be your lane there, Connor, that one, do you reckon? What are you trying to hit? 550, 580? What are you trying to hit, the 80? Oh, the 50 going for you, Renegade. Oh, he's hitting Renegade. So I think he hit the 80 last time. Now it's the 50. So, yeah, well... You know what? I remember a young bloke that got into the 550 place there a couple of years ago. It was Dale Duffy, and didn't he chop everyone in the 550? So maybe it's Connor Webb's time to chop. Couldn't pick a worse class, mate. We got Sangy. You know who's in there. Aris. Do you mean that I have to call races where you might beat up on my buddy Aris, Connor Webb? You watch out, mate. You watch out. Aris, I'd love to see maybe just Aris spank you a couple of times first, you know what I mean? But you could do him this weekend just to start 2026, Connor. I'm happy for you to do it. Not that this bloke's a young bloke anymore. Paul Mahayat, well, he's on the start line too. We'll talk about Paulie while he's out there. Why? He's not as young as Connor. I've got to guess, Paul. You know what, Paul? You and I have never spoken about each other's ages, but are you 50 yet? You'd be 53. Are you 50? Yeah, right, okay. Isn't it funny? Remember 20-year-old Paul? 20-year-old Paul talks to 50-plus-year-old Paul and go, dude, well, you ever thought that this thing was going to be damn well I'm still doing this stuff? But do you feel like, just when you think you can get to the pointy edge and the sharpest edge of a knife, which is, whether you, ride that wedge of ultimate drag racing, passion that just keeps you wanting to commit time to it. Paulie's steered everything. I love that you can steer Pro Mods and 2Js. There's not many guys that seem to steer both, but he gets to steer a couple of things as well. But oh boy, when it comes to anything to do with tuning, the track, horsepower, you know, they reckon if you find something you love doing, you never feel like you've worked a day in your life. But man, how many days you reckon you've worked? Feels beat every day. It's like, why do you do this? Why do we do this? But then when you see numbers come up, people get results. I mean, if you're in that industry, and Paulie's never thought he'd probably be in the racing industry as a full-time everyday thing, but we never think about that until it happens. And sometimes you don't have to think about it too much. You just got to keep following your dreams and your passion. And it's so good to see Paulie Mahade out there as well. I think he's helping the Kraken out here tonight, and I've seen him out there watching Chappie there as well, getting the nitrous Camaro, which I can see in the lanes there by the look of it. So wonder which lane we might see Chappie bring the big RC Metalcraft Camaro out in when we resume testing shortly. But the estimation probably 5+ minutes ago was about 15 minutes. I just didn't tell you. I didn't. Sometimes now when someone tells me the ETA of a cleanup, I just wait maybe 5 minutes and then go, you know what? Not that long. Just take 5 minutes out of your mind for a bit. Give you 5 minutes back for free. But whatever it was, it's good that we can identify it, get it cleaned up, and where it is, because look at the attention we're spending on the actual 660 surface, and this is too often the case sometimes, is that racing surface itself, 0 to 660, is pretty much ready. It's just what happens in the runoff and shut-off areas that we have to do. And you know what, even that's the thing that got us at the bend last year, Friday night, trying to get our shootout, trying to get it in a bit of rain. It was the damn braking area, and again, trying to get asphalt dry, and that was the only thing we were waiting for. The track was sitting there, primed, the air conditions were perfect, and we had damn wet asphalt, and that was the only thing literally stopping us from continuing testing on the Friday night. And then, of course, Saturday, bang, got hit, and same deal. It's like, well, if it didn't dry last night, it's not going to dry now when it won't stop bloody raining, so... But we're going to go and send it at the bend again. 2026, we'll have the RCE Performance live stream on board if you want to watch it from wherever you are in Australia. But I'm going to say this every time I talk about live streams this year. For those people watching right now, you can't say you're not getting enough notice, but how about you get to the bend this year in person? That's the dare this year. Look, I'm not quite ready to go to Vegas to watch NRL, but you should send yourself to the bend. If you've never been to Tailem Bend, come and see a Kenda. Get down there. If that doesn't line up with your schedule, we've got Jambo going down there as well. They've got a lot of local stuff going on at their local management level there, but a couple of big Queensland events go down there, and a lot of Queenslanders go down to the bend. Trust me, folks, if you've never been, do it. You can either stay right there at the track. You can either camp or go to the Big Four next door, or go to the Ridges where you're on the pit straight of the bend. If you haven't done it, do it. Get down there to the Kenda at the bend this year. Lock it in, put it in your diary, and see if you can get there. We've had Queenslanders make the trek down. Chappie, we're going to get the Henleys back there, of course, from Mount Gambier. They've come to the bend from there, and boy, we had that big nitrous 420s down there, I think, with Henley and Chappie. That was a big day for Australian Radial nitrous racing down there. And it's just a great place to do it. And you know what, I'm not biased. I'm a proud Queenslander, yes, and parochial, but, you know, I do appreciate all of our states of this country in equal, especially when you can drive into a drag strip in any one of those states and get more people like this out there hitting it with commitment, hitting the beams, hitting the tree, racing in all forms. And it's just good. We're just lucky down in this part of the world that this track's been around for half a century. You like the sound of that? I'd love to be able to talk about that. And it's going to happen, of course. IHRA doing that deal here, and we'll talk about it more. Well, I'm not going to talk probably about it more this year, but there'll be a lot more talk about the future of the sport this year, not only in this country, around the world, with the IHRA, with Mr. Darryl Cutler coming in to drag racing in the biggest way I think you can honestly say in history. honestly, no one else has done what he's been doing. And I'm not going to say, look, this is not linking him to someone like in America, you know, you think of guys like Trump, where Trump's in there trying to, whatever he's trying to do in there. Mr. Cutler is doing this as a hobby still. It's not like he's in there to make money. He's a businessman. And from what I can see on the surface, everything I've known about the man without even meeting him is that he loves the sport. He's come in from power sports. He actually came in as I think, snowmobile champion. He actually came in with a bit of racing pedigree from another power sport, found drag racing, and now the bug's bit, and realising that, you know, buying tracks and committing money. And here's other rumours that if they're true, like, you know, decking out jumbo jets so they can carry pro mods all over the world. I mean, if this is what we can look forward to in 2026 happening in this sport, you know, you've got the front row seat to see it all happen, but nothing better than a front row seat at Willowbank, 50 years old racetrack, drag racing's finest, spawned many a legend on this track and continues to do so with our young guns we've just been talking about, and all the guys and girls that are completely hooked on it. And I can see by all you people here tonight, you still got a bit of a fondness of it to keep wanting to come back, and we appreciate that. And all the people on the stream, come tomorrow and see it in person. As I said, if you can prove tomorrow that you've travelled, you know, a good couple of hours to be here, send something up on the Overtaking Lane RCE Performance live stream and proof that you're here. Was here yesterday, now I'm here. You won't be disappointed. Get here. If you've never been, do it. Same for the Bend. Do it. It's worth it. I'm blessed to actually be able to tag along and get to those places myself, but honestly, if I could hire a tour bus and whack 50 of yous in there, what a trip. Hey, that's a good idea. Anyone out there want to rent a 50-seat bus and do a road trip to the Bend for the Kenda Radial road trip? Oh, we just started a new thing for 2026. Can we get a Kenda Radial road trip happening to the Bend this year? New ideas in 2026 coming straight out of the backside of yours truly. I think a great idea. I wanted to do that for Drag and Drive. I wanted to do that for Drag Challenge. Folks, again, Drag and Drive. Get behind All Stars Drag and Drive here in Queensland. Get behind your road trips, which we know everyone's, you know, Drag and Drive is it. Sick Week's happening right now in America. They're just hard to... It's a full send Drag and Drive, let me tell you. Sick, it's almost call it Wreck Week. I mean, everything's just breaking stuff. Break Week, call it Break Week. But All Stars Drag and Drive, Southeast Queensland's quarter mile Drag and Drive this year. Get on that. Of course, Mick and the road trips. Sounds like a good band, Mick. Mick and the road trips. Don't mind that. Mick and the road trippers. And of course, we've got a couple of road trippers doing a bit of Kenda. There's Scooter March back there. Duncan McKenna. A couple of other cars that do the road trips, the drag and drives. The ultimate car, isn't it? Drag, drive it, do Kenda, you could do Jambo, you could do everything. We're trying to find what the ultimate loophole car is. What's the ultimate loophole car that you can get to everything? Every event, what would be it? And I started thinking you've got to go nearly six-banger, because then you can go to Warwick and do the six-banger nat. So you put a barra in anything, but, you know, could you put a barra in something European so you could turn up to the European days? But something chrome bumper so you could turn up at the chrome bumper days. But again, because it's a Japanese engine, you could turn up at a JDM day, but you're Euro, but you're also chrome bumper, and you're also old school because you could put it in something that's 1962. So there you go, the ultimate loophole car. Go to everything. But then we're also blurring the lines a lot more than what we used to do, you know. Yes, we still have pure nostalgia. We have pure JDM. We have that purist out there still. But we're mixing and match. The drag strip's where we mix and match it. Like, you can just be anything. No one discriminates here. It's not even discrimination. It's just something you follow. It's another part of our, as Dave and I were talking before, a counterculture. And our automobile counter-car culture, if you want to go that far, is off the charts. Anything you've ever dreamed of seeing in a car is happening every week, literally, every week. Yes, thank you. You know what, he's piped right up, and I don't mind you piping right up here on the while we're just waiting for the prep to come on, because we're very close to getting back to testing here Friday night. Queensland, the radial state. Disco Dean pipes up, and yes, his Escort panel van with a barra can do it all. It's chrome bumper. He can go to the all-Ford day, because double, it's a Ford and a Ford, Ford and a Ford. But it is chrome bar, so of course he's fit in with the Ford Escorts are just eternally cool. You could get a sticker that is eternally cool, certified certified sticker this year. What do we say the first one is? Old cars are cool cars and new cars suck. That's the first sticker. This one would be a little variation to that. A car that we can now officially give the sticker, guaranteed, certified, eternally cool. Yes, Escort panel van or anything Ford Escort. So that counts my son in. Of course, Oliver, he's got a Mark 1 Escort. So he has a certified, eternally cool car sitting in his dad's spot in the garage. That's why Gordito Tuesday happens every week at work, because I can't get my eternally cool car under the house because he's got his eternally cool car. Real problems, folks. I don't have a shed. Hands up all those people lucky enough have got a big shed. Hands up all the people got a big shed. How much? Hands up who's got enough room for me to put a couple of cars? You do. You, madam. Are you saying I can bring a few cars to your shed, the Megaloo shed? Oh, it's a big shed. You can see that. Where have I got to go, Mackay? Yeah, it's a long one. You know what? Yeah. I'm just saying, we're stuck for space. That's all we are. But thank goodness for all those people out there. I'm sure I already have shed envy of your shed because it's bigger than my little garage. But I am, of course, eternally thankful for the vast expanse of my workplace, Brisbane Air, where the Gordito Tuesday productions are carried out on my eternally cool car. You know what? It's eternally also not running, it seems. It seems to be the car I continue to appear to work on that doesn't run yet. 2026, a new thing for 2026. Get it running. Get to the bend. Get it running. Not get Gordito to the bend, not yet. Jambo this year is kind of what I'm aiming on. Hoping I'm going to roll that thing through here under its own power by Jambo this year. My son wants to get his Mark 1 eternally cool 13B powered Escort to Jambo this year. And I've already said last year we're going to have 5 Diggleses entered at Jambo this year. So that's the pressure that we put on ourselves. I could only really maybe offer 2, but I'm relying on my brother and my sons and my nephews to get us over the line with 5. They've all got, let me think, have they all got eternally cool cars, all my sons and nephews? There's definitely still a bit of rice in there with my nephews, but my oldest son's got, get this, my oldest son's got one of these latest Astra Turbo Ecotech things, 280 horsepower thing. It's a weapon, it's a rocket. He hands me the keys, he goes, you want to go for a drive? I said, no, that's all your car, mate. I'm going to just watch you enjoy it and look after it. And then the youngest son, okay, there we go, that's some good news. And the youngest son, yeah, well, he's just in an EL Falcon and he's begging me for a Barra every day. So, yeah, that's the real lives of the Diggs family when it comes to the automobiles for 2026. All right, attention in the pits. Some announcements, well, one announcement. The food closes in 23 minutes. So if you haven't had tea, now's the time to get some tea. And if the spot-on kids, the track babies down there, can hear me, and if you do carry money, can you get me some chicken nuggies and chips, please, and a Diet Coke, thanks, because I'm trying to cut down on weight. So can you get that for me, track babies? I'll pay you back with like compliments, I guess. Actually, he's all owe me anyway, I think, little track babies. So my little army of track kids, hopefully that can happen. It normally can happen. If the food is closing now in 22 minutes, I'd like in on that. Don't tell me. Oh, no, don't tell me. I don't know whether you want me to make that public knowledge, Dwayne Wisby. He's wishing he had the HR back with the 202. All right, here's the Kraken again, Friday night. Testing. There it is. And I still call him Simon O'Candles. I still do. I mean, because remember, he was nitrous to the front. Nitrous to the front. It was TTDNF, wasn't it? Nitrous radial cars to the front. But guess what? I suppose it's not about if you can't beat them, join them. It's like, if I'm going to swing, I'm going to start swinging hard. And that's, you know what? The X, of course, 6-boost. I called it the Kryptonite Camaro, but the 6-boost Camaro reborn. But instead of twin turbo Noonan Hemi, Simon decided I would never, he probably actually would even say that he'd probably never go turbo. If I'm going to drive this thing, it's with a Noonan Hemi screw blowing. He's got Paul Mahane behind, he's got Steve Ham. sort of helping out with all the combo as well. This is state-of-the-art Aussie drag racing engine. Of course, the Noonan family, Renee and Jamie, both Queenslanders, kicking ass in America with Noonan as well. Queensland, not only the radial state, the Noonan state. Simon O'Carroll, swimming pools, you just can't get one. But I think you might have a couple of pools available. Conditions apply. All right, well, those conditions didn't really apply. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 to the 60 and hadn't caught the tyre, hadn't caught it. We've had it sprayed and everything there, and you can see it starting to mix the cylinders up, and it's a very very interesting thing to see in real time when that basically 60 foot happened in 1.2 seconds. So how much can you remember seeing in 1.2 seconds? Think about watching some of these cars, especially where we can watch it from our vantage point, the commentary box. You can watch the suspension separate, you can watch the tyre, and then you're watching the exhaust start to mix it up, and there's the power management, but just couldn't catch the tyre that time for the Kraken. They'll turn that thing around, they'll be back. Friday night, we ain't done yet. Scooter March, his 453rd pass since testing at a Kenda in Frankie. He's trying to hit 700. He's trying to hit the Rebels 700. And beside him, another one of Torres. Nice skid, Scooter. Nice skid. Looks good. Loves a good skid, Scooter. Jason Sang. Trying to hit 550. Grab the belt, like the Renegade belt. Always a hard belt to get. Fought hard to the end and got it. This is the man, the gun. This is the guy that, Connor Webb dreams of beating one day. And it's good. Sengi deserves to have that notoriety. Every other day, he'll do drag and drive and this and everything, but when we turn on a Kenda and it's a 550 Renegade, he is on that pro tree and driving it as such. Scooter March, well, he is also, when he is focused for Rebels, his first time ever, he will be heads up pro tree on a 700 index. So he's still got the same rush Sengi gets, but he's on that 700. They'll still want to try and hit the pro tree now, boys. The boys are just sniffing something here. You saw both start line crew go right up to the beams there real quickly together, as if there's just a little signal about whether we're just looking for something down the end. Remember that last run was from the Kraken, but they're just seeing whether, I'm sure we would have cleared the loop by now. It's just whether or not maybe they just want to check the car. All right, so maybe they found something, or, sometimes if a car comes around the corner and it might have something on the dribbling out of it, so you want to check maybe exactly where that started and whether it where did it originate, did it hit the track. If you find it getting to the end and maybe it starts dripping at the end, maybe it hasn't hit the track, but you still got to check it. I think that's what they'll be normally looking at down there at the end. That's pretty much 98% of the time what we're chasing. Could be anything else. No calls for recovery, so nothing to get off the track other than to look what's on it, as far as whether it's dropped anything. So yeah, get this for Scooter already. Oh, okay, no, there we go. So that's actually the biggest relief of the lot. We thought, are we looking for oil? What are we waiting for? The Kraken got marooned on the third loop, so didn't get around the corner, had the thing maybe turned it off over the hill, and it does look like we've got a hill at Willowbank here. It is not really over the hill, it is over the horizon. Technically, there is 1 degree drop over the finish line. Over the finish line, not from the start line to the finish, not from the start line to the bottom end. From basically the finish line down, it is technically 1 degree slope. You wouldn't believe it, but it is. And don't ask me. Well, you can ask me why I would know that. But back in the day when Willowbank was formed, of course, we're asking for skilled volunteers to help with building of the track. My uncle, Laurie Watson, was a main roads surveyor who was offered to do the surveying for this place, and Uncle Laurie did survey this place for them for nothing, and that's how I know. So it's just one of those things. It looks like it's over the horizon, doesn't it? Track babies. Oh my, track babies! You didn't. Jesus, you went well above and beyond track babies. This is not just chicken nuggies and chips. This is like loaded nachos. How did you... It's like you're reading my mind. That's what I really wanted. As much as I said nuggets and chips, how did you read my mind to know that I really wanted a loaded nachos? How did they know that? Thank you, kids. How much do I owe you? 48 bucks.
No, it's free.
How come it's free? Why is it free? What's the catch, kids?
Sweat into it.
You what?
Sweat and paint it.
Oh, okay. So there we go. The spot on. Thank you, spot on, kids. Oh, thank you, spot on. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, what do you mean? Why do you want to make me eat it now? Why? Is it hot? Is it super hot chili or something? Is it? Well, I don't know how the people appreciating the live stream would hear this. That's really crunchy. Thank you. Thank you, Coles boys. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle, thank you. Now we just need Janie to bring up. Janie needed to bring up the drink. She had a drink for me. She was going to bring it up. Yes. Don't rush off, kids. You're going to go get me a drink. Thanks, kids. All right, Scooter. I will get onto those kids. I will get onto those kids for you. I know they never close the door, those kids. They just run out of here. They've forgotten the rules in here. You can't run around. Oh, hits the tree. How's the wheelie for Sengi? That's your Friday night entertainment. Oh, 550. Is he ready for 2026? Sengi? Jason Seng, is he ready for 2026? 062 on the tree. 550 with a 5. Scooter goes red, but he's gone 009, Scooter, on the last run. He's gone 699, 699, 70, I think it was 701. So he's chasing that Rebel 700 index tomorrow. First Kenda ever for him. Well, you people on the live stream, sorry about this. Is very delicious nachos. You wouldn't believe that, would you, folks? 5805, 5806. Ford versus Holden. Friday night. Queensland, the radial state. Doesn't matter what class you're in. That's Kenda testing on a Friday night for you. Are we ready for 2026, people? 580 with a 5, the Ford. Sorry, the Holden. 580 with a 6, the Ford. You can't get more better parity than that. Is that such a... That's really bad grammar, isn't it? Bad grammar. I think after nearly 30 years of doing this, that the bad grammar would be eradicated. Not necessary. Never. While these people keep punching, I'll keep blabbing. In between nachos, of course. Man, that is good nachos. I just put all the lime. Never done the lime on it. Squeeze the lime on it. Punches it out of the park with the sour cream. That's right. If your mouth starts to water, that's 11 minutes before the dream's over. People, go and get some. Guy King, honestly, Connor Webb, what are you doing? This is another one of these epic vehicles Barra-powered Corolla, only in Australia. Guy King, this is a 200 mile an hour over the quarter epic Barra Sendmobile. It's a Sendmobile. Oh, Connor's a Sendmobile too. Oh, Barry, here it comes. Look at this one for Guy King. 471, 159 mile an hour. Connor, thanks for the wheelie. 036 off the tree for Connor. Big wheelie, big pedal. Guy King lets it eat. Bobs that left-hand wheel like it was not even on the car. That wheel wasn't spinning for a fair amount of that run. That's dangling the wheel. Epic Corolla. Radial suspension. Big horsepower. Barra. God bless this country now and forever. Because that's another Sendmobile moment for 2026. Certified Sendmobile. Sticker number 3. Thinking more about that Kenda Radial road trip. I'm going to talk to Justin about that because the people at the Bend and Juzza get on really, really well. And, you know, the facility's a beautiful facility. We just have to see to reward it. If people could make the road trip, legit make the road trip, we'd look after him at the Kenda on the day in some way. 42 blokes in the commentary box. Something like that. I'm sure I get a hotel room if you all want to come back for a party. 42 blokes in a hotel room. I know what happens when we get 42 blokes together in a hotel room at the Bend. We won't be allowed to come back. So, but we'll do something at the track. All right, something wild. All right, Scott Cortana, talk about wild. The Gazzard brothers, the Leaf Spring Kings. Nope. Didn't like it that time. All of that grunt, that pro-charged, pro-line grunt. Did not want to play the game. And earlier today, 463 at 163 mile an hour though, shows that that's a good fighting ET considering that was done this afternoon and it stuck. But I just didn't catch the run live. I was locking up Renee, my new work Renault van named Renee. I was locking him up to come up to the tower and I heard it go down the track. I'd quickly gone onto the live stream thanks to RCE and watched the run, and yeah, it was on a soft setup. Now this is Sam Roser, he sent it to me. It is it's got the ZF in it. Hey, Rashi from South Australia, speaking of the Bend, loving the live stream. I love it too. There you go. 5 litre Coyote with a Harrop. 6.4, look at that, 6.40 for the Torrey. Perfect for Rumble. He's looking for that because he's already chased a 6.35, a 6.34 and a 6.47 for the Tirana. And Sam Rosa, that is the Coyote, chasing the 6.40 there as well. Sends me a message, Sam Rosa, of the FG. 5 litre Coyote, 2300 Harrop blower and 150 shot of nitrous and a Haltech controller, ZF. That's the stuff we love. We love that info. Oh, kids, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Brandy, which part are you laughing at in your emojis? I don't know which. Thank you, Track Babies. Thank you, Track Babies. Dwayne Wisby. Wiz, poor old Buzz, the 626 Mazda. It's one less rotary at the moment because the gearboxes are gone. The Fritz motor's fine. That 13B is making some stink, mate. That's the problem now. 13B is pretty cranky in that little 3-speed. Hey, do you want to lend my Liberty, mate? You want to lend my Liberty? Just come and get it. I'll hook a brother up. You can have my Liberty if you want. That's going to get you back racing, Wiz. You can look after it. You've got to pay for it, of course, if you break it. All right, here we go. Trent Bremble, Warren Kudnick, Friday night testing. It ain't nothing but testing. Oh, just sends it. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Bremble hits the tyres. Warren goes 5.28, earlier 5.25 today. So 5.25, 5.28. That's something you can fight with. Now, get this. Guess what? No one can tell. Now, remember, we've had him everywhere from, I think, Renegade upwards. He tried 275. He tried 235s. Juan made that car work on a varied amount of tyres. So guess what Juan's doing now? Because guess what class he's in tomorrow? In that car, it's in K525. So guess what Juan's now going to set that car up to do? 525. What did he run in testing this afternoon? 525. So when that man sets his mind to it, he is a blessing to the rest of our drag racing community here and forever. Because I love a thinking man. I love a thinking man. I love a guy that can prove it with his own car. Car already built, 4,000 pounds. Got a bit of metho, real towy in it at the moment. But again, that only comes on when he puts it on the angry pedal. Oh, look at this. Stu Henry, Tim Cross, Capri Heaven. I think we might have maybe 6 Capris. Thank you, Janie, if that's what I think it is. Thank you, Janie. Oh, Stu blows the tyres off it again. That's got some stank coming out of the hole for him. 478 earlier today. Timmy's going to try and, I think, hit the 580 class. Oh, back. Feels like we're in the middle of an event, to be honest, but we're just testing. This is just testing. That's why I thought, you know what, I said to myself yesterday, Diggs, just get some rest. You know what happens when you go up on Friday night? You end up catching up with everyone till 3 in the morning and you've got no energy to do the race day. And then I thought, you know what, that's right. So maybe I should give it a miss, see you Saturday morning. But then it's like, you know what, 2026, new season, RCE live stream, every round of Kenda this year. Couldn't contain the excitement. You know what, I thought we'd get on there and talk us through the end of testing on a Friday night to get us pumped for tomorrow, because we want you here live here tomorrow. I mean live. Prove that you got here tomorrow. Prove that you got here tomorrow. Yep, you know all that. I don't know how you can prove that other than, I don't know, a photo of your driver's licence and a photo of you here at Willowbank, put it on the overtaking lane, RC history, whatever. Scooter March, he is hooked. Harry Thwaites, he's better than Harry Styles. This is a Harry that's got style on the Pro Tree. He goes 575, I think chasing the 80 because he had a 79 before. So the air is very good right now for that Barra. 706 the Scooter. And that's another guy that I love, thank you. Russell Archer, how's this? Been doing Jambo forever, had a manual in the car, gone auto a little while ago, now has found the small tyre racing of Kenda and loves it. Absolutely loves it. Yeah. I don't know, the Spot On kid's got it for me. The Track Babies delivered it to me. Track Angels. So come on, Russ. We want one for us this time, right? We want it to hook up. We want to get the send out of that tonight, let me tell you. And I think that's Ash Thompson over there again. Name's not up. So he's getting the Heads Up Pro Tree Kenda field testing Friday night for tomorrow's action. 3 rounds of quali on track at 1:30. Yeah, not an early one tomorrow, 1:30. We want it to cool down. Yeah, you guys get it. Here we go. Some good ETs coming up. 580 something. Oh, 79. 570 there for Russell. So he went 57, Sabo. So he's hitting the Renegade 550 maybe tomorrow. So I think driver's briefing at 1 and on track at 1:30. Is that right? So you can go and run around, and everyone watching on the live stream that wasn't going to come, you can go and do a bit of running around early in the morning. Wake up early, do what Jane does, run 20 Ks. Not tomorrow, Janie's not. Yeah, she's only going to run 4K tomorrow. But get up early, do a few chores, get your family in the car, see you after lunch. CUAL. See you after lunch. That's always been a thing at Willowbank over the years. The Saturday event, people finish at lunch, come back. Normally most good people work done into lunchtime back in the good old days, but get yourself out here tomorrow. See them in person. That's what I love about it. The venues, I mean, we're trim, taut and terrific. I don't know, we don't have the bar open tomorrow, do we? Or we don't? No, we couldn't get a handsome enough, but... Oh, only if you're in the corporate boxes, all right. So, you know, that's right. That's all you can do. So, but I know on occasion we can get that cranking. We just needed to find the right barman tonight. That's all we needed. Oh, well. Serves yourself right for dipping your fingers where they shouldn't be. Stealing my nut job. So if I drop some sour cream on you from a height, you'll be picking that. Good stuff both sides. 707, that's close to that 700, and Brent goes 623. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed those those nachos. They are beautiful. Oh, the second kit, perfect. One kit, then the second kit, beautiful. All right, I can see a green. Well, we got the Willowbank Green Army, but then there's the Black and Green Army, which is the spot-on people all hovering around out there. And I can see. Well, I call him the workshop. I don't call him the workshop manager. Do I call him CEO? Do I just call him the guy that basically helps you build your dream? Andy Coles. He keeps the shop pumping. Andy, of course, keeps the shop floor pumping as well. But it's not just those two now. I mean, it's Tone and everyone in the team that they got their own stuff that they can just go and do. Chriso in there, everything. So when the spot-on team locks your car in to get the project done, it's next level. Honestly, it is just where they're at as a shop, as fabricators. Andy is the man that will, of course, if you come to him and say, I want to build a car, he'll be the guy that will get you through the process of what you want to do, tell you in real terms what it's going to cost you. Let me just say that, because cars of this quality, folks, they deserve the price tags they've got on them. Because if you want it done right and done properly, this is what they are. That's just what I'm saying. Anyway, Andy's got, of course, the Public Enemy car now, which ain't the street car, isn't the old 6-second VL, which I suppose helped put Spot On more on the map when you got your own 6-second street cars that you build. And then so many people come in and go, I want exactly what you got, and they can do it. But he goes to Bump City a bit harder now in Public Enemy. Oh, I tell you what, that was okay. 113 in the 60 now. It's not under full power at all through the end there. And again, whether that's a little bit of boost control only and nothing more, like they do keep that, they do hover over that Noonan to make sure it's in its healthiest state. But again, whether or not that's gone from its initial launch power level to not having that power level then applied higher, because that's obviously what we're doing here, right? We can only use X amount of horsepower to get that 275 up on the suspension. You need the shock absorbers to be talking to the ECU. You need the ECU to be talking to the engine. There's a lot of things going on in fractions of a second in that first 60 foot, and it will definitely drive me to see more of it executed like we do see. And we are lucky again where we are at Willowbank. Our vantage point here is the best way to see a radial car behave. You're basically looking at it from Nelly's side on as it takes off, and then you're able to see everything from there, the way it works when it works properly. Again, the most impressive one tonight so far has been Captain Risky in that LC 111 in the 60 in the far lane. That's epic to see that thing from the side, as all of those elements of the perfect launch, the perfect tune-up, when it all comes good. You do see the odd bit of wheel spin in radial racing, but when it's all good and the planets align, it's a gift. Treasure it when it happens. Oh, not for Dale this time. See what I mean? Like you're expecting the epic, and then you get that. And then you know what it looks like when it looks epic, and you appreciate it, even though it didn't quite give you what you wanted then, or for Dale. But hey, still pretty good. So Dale Gridley rolls on down. Earlier 486 for him today. That Valiant with 532 cubes, I think, of big block Chrysler. So he'll be rolling down there, whether or not we need to recover him or not. But some of these guys hitting the mark. As we said, testing goes on for still over another nearly 90 minutes still. So time on the clock to get another one in if you haven't. And that's, as we said, started at 4. So you just sort of get that 6-hour lump in. And again, prime conditions. As much as we think on the surface when you look at the dates and you remember how hot it's been in summer initially, and then there's the last couple of weeks, it's definitely gone milder. And yes, it was hot today. And here we are thinking, oh, that first round, too early in the year, too hot. Well, just look how the radial planet aligns, how the radial gods, the good vibes align. And yet here we are with pretty good air. And again, Hot Rod told me the link, which I had, and then I lost it again because we had Jaden. Jaden distracted us from the actual weather because of what he did down there. So 74 degrees Fahrenheit, 69% humidity, corrected barometer 29.91, wind speed 7 mile an hour, southeast 96 degrees, dew point 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so we're still 10 degrees away from dew point. Grains of water 88, air density 97.15 without water vapour, and relative altitude, here we go, 1,623 feet. So that's not bad air, 1,623 relative altitude right now. So Jessie with that big 671 under the right foot on the Pro Tree. She's hitting the 640 Rumble class tomorrow. She's been getting the wheels up every run here, but I think, Barney, you'd love to see this thing go 45 or a 44. Wheels up, 081 off the tree. That's the reward right there, young lady, for perseverance. Okay. All right. I could be a very arsey person, but I did call a 45, did I not? I called a 45. He'd be happy with the 45, and there's your 45 with a 5. So that's it. Actually, can she come and do it again? I mean, just to prove it wasn't a fluke, Jessie, come and do that again. Come and run a 45 again. Come and do an 08 again. Because honestly, what is it? It's 8:36 Queensland time, and it's early on a Friday night. Why not? She can have another one, Barn. She can have another one. How much more E85? Do you need some? We'll get some. If you need some, we'll get some. She can run that thing till 10. I'm just saying that would be nice. Let's get some miles on it. That's good. 081, 645. That's good. Come and do it again. It is a good weather page. Thank you, Hot Rod. And Hot Rod's already said this, Barney. Hot Rod said, rev it harder, Jessie. So Hot Rod's actually said that. Shout out to Jessie Linder from Hot Rod Williams. His advice, rev it harder. All right, you're watching the RCE Performance live stream for 2026. Kenda 660 testing on the Friday night. Of course, IDRP, Justin Simpson. laying the smack on the track. And this is Mr. Matthew McCarthy, but we could call him Matthew McCandles. One of Simon O'Carroll's nitrous cars. Now, I forget what size the engine, whatever engine they put in this. I think Matty, is he on a 235 for tomorrow? I don't know, but Matty's is allowed to play with this thing. Simon basically given this to Matty. No, not bad, just a nice little sand. Just be all on the engine. Look, 610, 125. And it's good that he's getting some lap time. Now remember that last time he got to drive it, he was sort of patching on the donk, needed to go over it himself, which I think he did. And when he's basically be giving the literally the keys to get that thing down and let Matty do what Matty does. Can't wait to see what Matty McCarthy does before the end of the night or tomorrow with that thing. All right, good, sweet, good old Honest XD here. What are we trying to hit? 700. Let's have a look. Not this time on the hit. There, I thought so, Big Steve. I did think it was exactly that. So Matty McCandles, right? Matthew McCandles for 2026, driving the Simon O'Carroll hatchback Tirana. 864 cubic inches on a 235. You just can't get one. So there we go. Matty McCandles. Is that the biggest cubes on a 235 in Australian radial history? I think it's got to be. That's pretty impressive to say. On a 235, we're going to use 864 cubes on a 235. So yes, Matty, the 610 will do for now. Honestly, you can almost, just use it. Just use the engine, man. I think every time, and again, I think that goes back to the old Krieger Wilson 10.5 car. That was the 864 out of that. So I know that 864's been in this country for a long time, and it's still under various custodianships. Simon O'Candles, big blocks, you just can't get one. He's just got to have a few toys laying around, Simon. 864 cubes, of course, Kriegs, I think Harry in there somewhere as well. And it's just another nice piece of fruit that, you know, some people... Oh, I was in a guy's house today. We put 5 aircons in this guy's house. Had one of the biggest Star Wars collections of figurines I've ever seen in a grown man's house. It was quite startling what he had in there. Hey, you know when you're a Star Wars fan, when you go to put an aircon in, you've got to move the 1 metre TIE fighter out of the way, sitting on the top shelf. Oh, yes, where do you want the aircon? Up there. Okay, well, we're going to have to move the TIE fighter to put it in. That's a real thing happened to me today. Not that I had to move it, but Simon O'Carroll's version of that, 864 cubes sitting in the corner. Same thing, same, different. What would you rather have out there, folks? Hands up if you have the Star Wars collection. Hands up if you'd have 864. Yeah, 864 cubes wins. Doesn't it, Scooter? Yeah. You just can't get them. No Star Wars collection for Scooter. Just donks and bits of shiny chrome stuff. And doesn't even have to be new. It's probably 50 years old stuff. Like Scooter, 50 years old and still shiny. Look at him. No more runs for Frankie, that's it. Save the rest of the tyres and the fuel for tomorrow. Yeah, 10 runs today, is that right? 699, 7... Hey, 009, Scoot, was that arse or was that class? Oh, no, well, you know what? I knew he's very expressive, Scooter. If that was arse, he would have stood up and pulled his pants down, but he actually sort of just brushed his beard then. And so that was class, was it? Not arse. Is that right, Scooter? So if it was arse, I know you would have. I would have... Normally that thing comes out when he's spraying the crack there, doesn't he? So that's good. The Kenda Bug has bit, and Scooter and Frankie are in Rebels tomorrow, which suits you. It's just such a Scooter March class, the Rebels. Honestly, if we believe in destiny, mate, you will slay all tomorrow. That's one of the micro stories for 2026. We're kicking off with Kenda after 10 runs in his first ever testing day. A Scooter sweep the field in his first ever Kenda pursuit. Oh, 11, yeah. And you know what? You know what you're going to need a little bit of tomorrow too? Yeah, pull your pants. You're going to need a bit of... You might need a bit of arse tomorrow. And this is what I love about Heads Up Racing. There will be arse and class tomorrow. There will be brilliance. And what was the word we used last year? There will be brilliance, and then there will be basically the opposite of brilliance. We're going to see all sorts of things. We are going to see fluke. We are going to see luck. We are going to see skill. And the best place to see it is here in person tomorrow. As we said, on track, 1:30 p.m. Get that stuff done in the morning. If you've got to go to the gym, do it. You want to go and see if you can pick up some more Star Wars figurines before coming out, do it. Something you see on Marketplace and you've already said to the guy, I'll pick it up Saturday morning, do it. If he says, I can only pick it up Saturday afternoon, say, no deal, son. I'm going to Kenda. Or bring it to Willowbank and I'll pick it up at Willowbank. That works. I tell you what, I've done a lot of Marketplace by see at Willowbank. Scotty Hipwell goes to Bump City by himself. Oh, I'll tell you, it had the makings of an epic pass. It really did. Oh, there we go. Trent talking the Rebels up. Charlie and I will make it hard for them tomorrow. You don't know where your enemies are tomorrow. That's the thing. We'd love to say, in jest that we're all got enemies tomorrow. We're going to race each other like we hate each other, but we're also going to pit like we're brothers. And that's the best thing about Kenda. You go out there and you fight fair. And you come into the pits and your mates, and that's the best thing about it. There's no sheep stations. As much as we see sheep station epic runs, but you know what we mean. It's good sportsmanship and good skill, and a bit of arse in the middle. We've seen it all. Oh right, so just more of this. Can any of our guys in the Spot On family just flick us our bloke's name here or his nickname or whatever? But this is, and I think even when I talk to the Spot On boys about this car coming to their workshop, it's like, wow, this guy's come in deep. Could have a nice street car, but says, you know what, I want to get into the pointy end of radial racing, and they've literally they've just taking him on the journey that he chooses to run. It's like, dude, that's a lot of car. Do you want to do it? And he said, well, I don't know any other way. This is the way I want to do it. And it's all good pedigree though. Like, I mean, it's in the hands of the best shop you could imagine, because their attitude to customers and friends, but also, of course, the tribute to the man that built it, Joe Gauchi, Profab, another great Aussie family, radial racing, big tyre racing, part of that family, and we know. Not only in good hands now, but good hands before and good hands for the future. But you've got to learn somewhere. This is what seat time looks like with your big, slightly larger than average budget toy. If you ever decided that you wanted something special, some people might call that a Lamborghini. This is someone's Lamborghini. As we said, it's another one of these certified personal roller coasters that you can invest in. You may not afford $300 million for your own roller coaster, but for a little less than that, you get yourself a pretty impressive personal roller coaster. Because when you strap yourself into this roller coaster, it's probably the best ride you can have, because you've dreamt of it. Now you sit there and I'm sure he does it too. I do it to mine. I sit there and I look at the thing and I go, damn, I can't believe that thing's sitting in my garage. I can't believe that's mine. And it doesn't matter how much you spend on your car. If you've got something that you truly always wanted and you say, I've got it now, what do I do with it? This is the journey of where do you really want to go? You want to go to Bump City? He's doing it well. Oh, it come out good too. It come out good. 119 and set a good run. Hey, that'll do. 489. Hey, 489, 155 mile an hour. Remember, it's all about also getting seat time in the damn thing. That can be a rocket ship if you were to give it its head. But remember, you can't give it all until you get some laps in that thing. And it did everything right. 119 in the 60. It planted that tyre. Power was on point. And again, suitable just to give him a feel of what it's really got without, scaring to. Well, I'm sure he still had a bit of fear in there. Small pucker as the thing stuck, especially if you've been in Zingsville for a little while, as you start to get yourself into the zone of it not knocking the tyre off it, and then what happens when the thing hooks. 119, that's the quickest 60 I'm sure he's ever run, let me tell you. 119. That's probably got your attention. Look, I don't know what a 119 feels like. I do know what 1.3s feel like. That's enough. My vision doesn't get blurred at 1.3s, but 1.1s, well, ask Ryan Holtz what 111 feels like in the Torrey. .111. You know that Pro Mods RVW cars can go, 9.9 or high 0.8, which is, can you even fathom what that must feel like when you let go of the button and you can go sub 1 in a 60, what that truly is like? Yes, it's shot out of a cannon. We've heard that a million times, but you sit in a cannon literally like you're a bullet. Here you get to sit like a bloke behind the wheel or a girl behind the wheel of an automobile and then have you get shot out of an automobile. That's like having an automobile that's shot out of a cannon, not you. So I think that was Daniel Hookham and Jesse Lindner back to hit that tree in the farm lane. Oh, 101, that'll do. That's on average, 081, 101, and a 40. Oh, there we go. 45.5, 45.0. I think she's ready. I'm not going to say she can have another. There is an hour and 9 left, though. There is 1 hour. You wouldn't want to, not use up the time tonight. I know you don't want to wear it out either. I get that. Daniel Barrett. There we go. Thanks, Brookie. Thank you. And Brookie's actually done the right thing, Brooke Shaw. You've actually looked at the entrant list. See, my research department. Brookie. Come on, Stu. I want you to get some here, mate. 615 cubes. Oh, dude. It was, I tell ya. There's another 478 in that car, surely, Stu Henry. I would have loved to have seen it on the 478 this afternoon, that thing. I'm sure it's still all engine. I don't know, even with that, whether that was a pedal by Stu or whether or not he's into the EFI too, I tell you. All right, even this Kiwi. ZHZ, sorry, or X, is it? Terry's guiding him in. It's got Renegade on the side, so looking for something like 550s tomorrow. Another citizen of Bump City. Geez, the big girl does it well, doesn't it? Oh, 551, that'll do. 554, 551. Trying to hit that Renegade 550 for tomorrow. That's the stuff. Pro Tree Practice 090. Again, these are real people with real cars in their garages, and yet you want them to let go of the button on a Pro Tree. And then after a little bit of practice and you get used to it, that you can cut O's on a Pro Tree, and you can't believe you ever thought you could. Scooter March, 009 Pro Tree. You sit there and think, you know what, pros look for that. But you never get, when do punters get a Pro Tree? And here you are hitting Pro Trees, 009. That's a damn good achievement with stuff that's sitting in your shed. You can turn that into a machete. Turn a 56 pickup into a, what do they call it, a samurai sword. Here's another guy I wish we get to see it all. And I don't know whether, and I hope Scooter's getting the bird's eye view of a lot of cars he hasn't seen yet, because this is pretty much what we can belt out at every Kenda. And Dougie Day, he's from Capalaba. He's got Redlands Engine Reconditioning, RLC. So Dougie's down there every day tuning out horsepower in the machine shop. Engines. Dougie Day, engines all day. What does he do when he's not doing engines? Doug Day, all night working on the Iron Lion, the Holden 308, because he's a Holden guy. And remember, Doug, if you remember Dougie's, I think was it Pro 840 was the license plate on the VK street car, the Calais. That had an Iron Lion on it. It met its demise here at Willowbank. And Dougie still had that powertrain, got onto this thing. And as we know, if you've ever heard of Cold Shore, used to have a beautiful VK A gas car up the big block. This is that car. I think he was from Dolby. Here it is now in Capalaba. And it's got so much more life left in it too. And Dougie wants to get after it here OG315. Wheelie control. Wheelie control to Major Doug. 594. 112. I'd say, was that 112 on the back tyres even? I mean, was he up by then? You can flick back through your live stream, you can find that. That kind of nearly looked like it was to 60 foot still in the air, Dougie. Nelly got what he wanted there. That was he ran a 4.6, I think, the previous run. And that is a pointy piece of beautiful, delicious fruit. That's, again, born out of another suburban Queensland garage, which we love. And many more of those garages, including this one from Jim Boomba. Simon O'Carroll. They're just cranking back that screw-blowing Noonan Hemi. I think it's got a quick drive and a 5-speed. And I mean, this is about the tastiest piece of fruit you can have. And of course, great sponsors of ours, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, proud sponsor of Renegade for many, many years. Loves radial racing. And of course, we coined the phrase here, didn't we? Simon O'Carroll Pools, you just can't get one. And that reverse psychology marketing that we created has now turned it into quite the lucrative pool business because people want what they can't have. And then when you get one, you can say that you got one. 3-second 275 screw blowing Noonan Hemi quick drive Camaro radial love. You just can't get enough. Oh boy. He has done his apprenticeship, Simon O'Candles. Sorry, the artist formerly known as Simon O'Candles. Had his nitrous big rock phase, got, of course, the Tirana deep into the fours, the bug bit him. 275 was the tyre. I mean, he could go and be an RVW car. He could go and be an RVW guy any day of the week. He can go and play in that 360, 350 zone on the big tyre, but just to be fascinated with the 275 discipline just goes to prove that he can still run threes, but he's going to do it on a 275. Yeah, the cracker. Want to come across this thing in the ocean on a dark night, mind you, it probably would be at a disadvantage in itself being the door car. We can imagine that mighty, awesome, mythical sea creature that basically the car's based on. It's got that sort of same inky colour. It can change colour at any moment. That's what, of course, the mighty Alpha Octopi can do in the ocean, but here on a sticky 660 on a Friday night at Willowbank Raceway, Queensland, the radial state. Does the Kraken get what he wants? Oh, again, about 100 foot, out it came. Hey, 106 to the 60 foot. The Kraken gets some tentacles stuck. 106, 100 foot out. 100 foot out, you could see the power ready to be sent. Bang, bang, bang in the Liberty. You got to get that thing out on the converter in low gear, and that's the joys of these tricky torque converters as well. It's power management, it's suspension, it's then that torque converter, then it's the engagement of power from there. The power management. We know what happens when that thing gets stuck after 100 foot. That converter converter locks up, horsepower comes in, and that go through the magic gearbox, and that thing is poetry in motion. So close to it. But as we said, 1 hour to go before we finish testing. And again, they're only testing. What a beautiful way to enjoy a Friday night. You probably didn't pay a fortune to get in here to have a look. Probably got your money's worth already. If we were to add up how many dollars may have been invested in what people are driving here and testing, would show you a few dollars invested in these things and a lot of blood, sweat and tears to not only keep them going, but to keep financing the weapon. All right, here he goes. Now, has he got the right foot ready here? Might just have to get the right foot ready. Remember, you like that, Brookie? I did bring out, I think I brought the tentacle out last run, but I'm glad that you caught it then. I like that. The tentacles. Got one of the tentacles stuck. A couple of tentacles. He needs a few more of those 8 legs on there. He got about 4 legs, 3 legs on it then. I reckon he needs 5 more legs on it next run. Lock that thing up. Bum, bum, bum. Got 3 tentacles in the first 100 foot, and then he's got 5 more through the gearbox after that. 5 more tentacles. All right. Moose is going to be on the loose here. Remember, he's got some spray on this thing, so he's tickled it from the 80s to the 50s now, but he went a 47 last run, but it's about the Pro Tree as well. 060, nice little hit, I tell you what. Here we go to the stripe, it looks good. 41, yeah, you see, too good, nice, just too good. Hey, I don't know how quick he's ever been in the 60, but it's going 119 in the 60. Like that just went 119 in the 60. 060 off the tree, like, I was thinking about it. I was watching him this afternoon on the stream as I was driving, well, in traffic. And again, just watching him come to the line and just going, you know what, Moose has got hundreds of runs. It's not like he's a kid anymore. It's like, now watch this kid come to the line. I look at that and I go, that kid's done probably literally 1,000 runs before he's putting that VL into stage. You live and breathe the top bulb, and if you love it like these kids do and us adults do, is you live for that top bulb, you live for that second bulb, you live to let it rip when the tree comes down, and I just love watching young Connor do that. You know, cutting his teeth, and you know what? And I'm going to say this for the first time because we haven't. Tony, Dad, when James Brown comes back on the in the new Evolution, which again. Good things take time, and no one's ever done what that car's getting done to it. So more Noon and Hemi, God bless, give us more, bring it all up. If you want a Noon and Hemi in a Camaro, Noon and Hemi in a Mustang, Noon and Hemi in a hatchback, this is Queensland, we can have that. You don't need to ask permission. Go and get what you want. All right, so God knows what's happening to the VH, but here is Caleb. Back to focus. No brother on the line would indicate he's thrashing on it already, the other car. That was nice. 125 in the 60, and that is good to half track. A 60. We had an earlier 461, a 460. The 40 last night was a full swing, but and again, it's only a 235, remember. So I'm not going to say that there was a little bit left on the table there in the short times. I'm not going to say there was a little bit left in there. It's quite obvious. There was no catch on that one. You know what I mean? So many times that car hits the line hard, you hear it grab, and that's just that momentary interruption. Let's just call it an interruption in the wheel speed and the engine RPM of the car. It's the catch and the squeeze and feed. A 60 and a 61. So that's fighting stuff. That's a good way to go into tomorrow with something that works. Mind you, with the conditions as they are improving, they might think that's a little slow, but there looked like there was some on the table there with that. Here we go, righto. I tell you what, the rap sheet's looking pretty good here, Barn. 45 with an O, 45 with a 5, 49 I think twice, two 49s I think, a 5-0, a 455 and a 450. And was that 2 thumbs up, or that means 2 more runs? I didn't get the hand signal. I got it late. Put it this way, I don't know if she's going to be able to do a burnout as big as she did earlier on. Okay, Jesse, Craig, Scottney, that, Cortina, Protra, there we go. Now, I don't know, 183, did it sit there? Did it hesitate? Was it a double bump of the button? 548 for Scottney, trying to chase the 50. 703 there for Jesse. It might have just done the tyre there. I don't know. I was kind of watching Scottney come out of the hole. I was ready to look what her reaction time was, so I thought she was going to come out with the wheels up. I do think it may have knocked it off the tyre a little bit. I didn't get any recall out of that run just then, unfortunately. I went down to look at the reaction time and then looked back up, and it looked like she might have had that pedal. All right, here's another guy that, you know, I'll tell you, I said it last year, I said it the year before, I'll say it till there's no more breath left in the old lungs, is that I wish nothing but Chappie reaching his dreams, man. Because this is another guy like O'Candle, same deal, same cats. They are on the hook, they are on the chain. This is radial racing or bust. And again, same deal. Could go a big tyre car. Could build anything you want. He could have a nitrous pro mod. He could have anything he wants. Chappie, Mr. RC Metalcraft. He wants a hobby. Drag racing is this, and we must all thank him for his commitment, because he's doing it again on a 275. It's like Colsey, it's like O'Candle's Black Belt Simon, we should call him, but and Chappie as well. It's 275 or bust. We all want Chappie to get those candles lit the whole way down. There's not one person out there that wouldn't wish to see this thing get in full flight. But what do you do, folks? Let's do the sums. 971 cubes, 5 kits of nitrous on a 275. It defies logic. Tell you what, that's some cubes going there. 55 will do. 55 will do for now. 55 will do for now, Chappie. Just to hear 971 cubic inches go down. Yes, that's what we want to hear. 971 cubes with a few kits. That's what we want to hear. As much as he wants it to happen, we all enjoy it happening. And you know how much it cost us? Not as much as Chappie. Just remember that. Who's footing the bill on the 971 cubic inch Pat Musey? Put your hands up. Nobody. Nobody paying for that. Chappie paid for that. We glad Chappie paid. There we go. In a swift moment, you go from 971 cubes of just wow, that's ultimate commitment, and then you come back and you get some Aussie street car where it's like, you know what, this is still the Australian dream. This is still a dream of many people to have something special in that garage. And Russ Tonkin, I know Russ here, I don't know who's in the Falcon, but God, look at this car. This is, got to admit, what's the quality, Scooter? How's the quality? Like Kenda's, even our 40, well, he's 6'1 now, Russ. He might be trying to hit the 580, or he's too quick for the 640. Spray on the other side as well. Oh, yeah. We got this stuff growing out of the ground in Queensland. We've got it growing out of the ground. And again, we could be at a car show, we could be anywhere, but we're at a drag strip and we're putting them into the beam side by side on a Friday night. 9:07 Queensland time, 53 minutes left of testing fun here Friday night. Pro Tree, like tomorrow. Oh, yes, sir. Thought I'd let him sing. Actually, that's what I'll do in the next 50-odd minutes. Let a few things sing a bit, not talk as much. Let's just hear it. That was kind of my thing last year, letting the NA, give the NA more airtime this year as well. I'll do the same thing. It's hard to keep quiet during the run because we are in broadcast mode for obviously a lot of people watching on the live stream. You call it play-by-play, you call it exactly as you see it, and a lot of times you're calling it live like we do, live to the second. But sometimes with the NA, I'm going to let them breathe again this year. We've got to appreciate the lungs. More of the lungs, because yes, we've got our boost, we've got our blowers, we've got everything else, but the lungs, I'll let them go. The rest of this stuff, they make all their awesomeness by themselves. The air is their slave, and with NA stuff, the air is the gift. All right, Mitch. Again, he's in this. Well, he's not a rookie. I mean, he's a rookie in this car. This is the latest creation him and Kim have got. The Torque Dirty Camaro. LS on board. And again, as we said, she's pretty much like Pro Mod style. So pretty light. All the right stuff. Nice wheelbase. A race car you can go fast with when you're ready. There we go, hits the suspension, goes 122 in the 60, gets it to the other end, 479, 151 mile an hour. Yes, that's it, that's good to see. And again, just not trying to be anything spectacular, not trying to do it. Mitch, I know, I've known the guy for decades, and I know his attitude, what his attitude will be, especially with Kimmy. it's going to be baby steps with that car. That car's taken a fair while to get itself together, and it's now ready to be enjoyed. However, enjoy it in small amounts until once ready. Here's something, honestly, price of admission coming now. All right, I keep looking at Scooter because I'm going to go, righto, Scooter, you got the front row seat. I don't know whether you like Corollas or not, but this is, probably Nelly. I'm going to say a big word here. I'm going to say 2,000 horsepower of Barra, maybe just in the one lane with the Corolla. It's a double-barreled Barra Bumpin coming up right now. Two big Barras going against each other. Harry Thwaite, Guy King. However, Guy King went 471 in this Corolla last run, and it was epic. Big shout out to my mate in Victoria, G Bear. Thank you, G Bear, for sending me through these messages. Obviously, you're watching the live stream. Thank goodness I can't send those images to the broadcast. G Bear, please not keep sending me those lovely photos, please. G. What am I going to do with that? I'm not going to do anything with those photos, let me tell you. Righto. Concentrate on cars, Diggs. Can't get in trouble. Righto, here we go. Double-barreled Barra Bumpin on a Friday night. Guy King, Harry Thwaite. Boy, you had to drive it too. 464 for the Corolla, 590 for Harry, but 464 Guy King. It had the wheel in the air. Must have only had one wheel in the air because he had to drive that thing. Like, that thing's not coming back to the center from the center line without one wheel in the air at least, because that thing just, they don't normally power. They can't power or torque steer like that was. It had to have one sliver of rubber happening on the right-hand side of that car for Guy to drive that thing back from the 330 to the stripe, because it did come out. I don't know whether it's still on the screen here, the 60. Yeah. Get this. 122. 122 in the 60 for Guy King. That left-hand front wheel was, again, not on the ground, but it right-hand wheel must have been a little bit for him to steer that thing off the 330 and back to the middle, because it was on its way to the marker and came back. So needless to say, some of our combos out there are finding that sweet spot. 48 minutes to go. So it is finding some of that sweet spot, which we love. Yes, I know you must be watching the live stream, G Bear, because you've even sent me the PMSL emoji. You know what that looks like, where the guy's got the tears. So he's laughing. Good. And a big shout out to all of our friends watching it. And that's one of the best things about our RCE Performance live stream for 2026 is that some of our Victorian, South Australia, New South Wales, Northern Territory, Tasmanian, West Australians and the rest of the world friends that can't just doodle into Willowbank on a lazy, I wouldn't say balmy now, it's quite comfortable. Scooters stopped glossing, so the conditions have really come around now. It's looking really pleasant out there. The shine's come off, that's good. Yeah, the dew point's come on. We've got to check that dew point though. But it's, as we said, 69% humidity there before, but it has been warm. Now the conditions are nice for power, and I think our temp ain't too cold. That's the only thing that we can't get off that amazing weather forecast website is the Willowbank track temp right now, unless someone shot it with a gun recently. It's still warm. It's not like it's going to get cold. Timmy Cross, he's back again from the Narangba, Northside boy, 429 cubes in the Capri. I know what I did there now, Brandy, because it says on the screen Cortina, and I must have probably done it the old Ron Burgundy. Oh, that ain't good. Something in there, Timmy. Well, we know that she's pretty healthy Godzilla in it, whether it was a Harrop Godzilla in it, but whether it's just, honestly, there we go. You don't know what could have gone wrong then. I thought all of that would have been healthy and working well, and then for it to sort of do that, I thought it broken something but just shut itself off. And again, as we said, it's not like the lanes have got 40 cars in it and that you're not going to get another run. It is 46 minutes before the end. He can have another crack or try and work out what the hell happened for it to do that. But there's still a couple of shots left in the in the barrel here tonight, folks. I can still see a few of our Kenda entrants for tomorrow lining up in the lanes to have another test tonight. Don't forget, drivers briefing 1 p.m. tomorrow on track for quali at 1:30 p.m. So as we said, get something done in the morning. See you after lunch. 3 rounds of quali, 3 rounds of racing. We want you here. We want you and your family and your friends here. I've got the Cornford family coming tomorrow. The Cornies are coming out for a bit of Kenda, so Kenda for the Cornies. That's right, Janie, isn't it? We've got that envelope happening, haven't we? If that doesn't happen, message me, and we'll get that happen. But I'm sure we've sorted that out already. All right, Russ. Russ needs another good run here. Russell Archer, the 13B. And how good was it? I don't know whether everyone, sometimes, people live under a rock, they don't know. You see that this week, the first 13B went 5.93 in the United States at, I think, Orlando. So the 13B, 5-second engines now. Look, that'll do. It's out and it's percolating. It's out. No zing of the tyre. 604. Some room to move. It did go 557 before, so now it's got a little tiny power delivery issue, but it's not knocking the tyre off it. So then somewhere back to that sweet spot, because when you do go for a little bit better short time, you do get to that zing, and then you need to go back to some power management to get yourself back in the game, and he's close. Whether or not that miss was something that they really needed, but another side story as we are talking about this week, Macho Performance from Puerto Rico testing at Orlando went 5.93, the quickest ever rotary engine in the world, quickest rotary door car in the world. Of course, Laquito Killer, Edwin Laquito went 20B, went 5.95, only literally 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. So Puerto Rico, the first into the fives with a rotary. Pack were there. Pack were there in Adelaide. They could have got it if the conditions were a bit colder. And he didn't rattle the damn tail shaft out of the RX-9. Georgie could have been on it. He still got the world speed record, 237 mile an hour with the 20B. But Edwin beat him into the fives to the 95. And then Moncho Performance, get this, 5.93. Get this, Aussie billet rotary engines, Billet Inc. So if you think that Noonans can't build big racing Hemis, but Billet Inc., the quickest rotaries in the world, using the Aussie Billet Inc. components. So any which way you look, whether it's 8 cylinders or 2 rotors, Aussie engines, mate. You know what would really be upsetting if we were ever let this happen? If an American went quicker with a barrow than we did. That's like America's Cup stuff right there, let me tell you. I know as far as 2J supremacy, we can bat with the best of them, but, Natty Racing in a Pro Mod, 554 in a Pro Mod at 260 mile an hour. That's the 2J world record. We've had Rod Harvey go 568. We'll call him an Aussie. It's an Anzac effort. So we're not too far off the world's best in 2J, but when it comes to 13B, the Aussie built Billet Inc. engines in the Puerto Rican cars gives you some sort of Aussie pride, but let me tell you, Americans better not go quicker with a barrow than us. Sam Rose with a Coyote. Brett Cole zings the tyres on his 13B RX-7. Tough enough. 7.28 there for Sam, 8.19. So, yeah, some of these guys not getting what they want. Isn't it funny that sometimes you'll see a car go down the track close to its PB, but then another car nearly straight after it doesn't get what it wants. So sometimes it is just down to that mixture of physics, good judgment, good luck. Because for far too long, people still keep blaming the track, and it's like, well, track's good for some, should be good for all. It's not like you can build a perfect track to suit every single car one after the other. But having said that, it can happen and it will happen somewhere between now and 10 o'clock, which is 40 minutes away. We've got Captain Risky in the staging lanes ready to unbutton that mighty 2J in that Tirana not too long. A little bit of track prep, a little bit of spraying. And we're going to do that again here shortly. And wrap up tonight. Again, Friday testing. So good for you guys to come out, see it in person. Great that all these people watching on the live stream around the world. But the challenge goes out to you people doing that at home to see you again in person tomorrow. All these people out here in the grandstands tonight, hands up who's coming tomorrow. You better, if you don't, I'm coming to hassle you. Whatever you need done in the morning, if you need a hand, if you've got an excuse, if you've got an excuse you can't be here, we'll help you out. What do you need done? What are we moving furniture? What are we doing? Move it? No, you can bugger the moving house. Sorry, mate, I crook back, can't lift anything, so. I'd help anything. I'd help anyone in the morning, you know. Mowing the lawn's not an excuse. You can leave that till Sunday, all right? No one should be doing any whippersnipping or gardening tomorrow. That's a Sunday job. So let's just, you know, all get here tomorrow. All the people watching on the stream, all the people here. See you all back here tomorrow. You know, the easiest thing for me is normally a hop in the back of the van and just sort of camp out overnight, get in the red pants and the Kenda uniform tomorrow morning and let it rip. But I do get a better night's sleep at home. Yes, we do tend to feed off the energy of the event if you hang around here. And yes, it becomes 3 or 4 a.m. and then you wake up at 8 and that's not enough. And the resolution for 2026 for me especially is, yes, I will party at the track, but I am not partying, and I started doing this the last couple of years. Definitely not the Friday night as what we used to. The event Saturday, we will go from Saturday onwards. Friday nights, hard for this old bloke to back up. NA anyway, I mean, you know, from sourced, no way, no chance in the world, can't recover. Might need a few Red Bulls tomorrow. I don't think so. Big shout out to Jamie Fenwick. Oh, good to see that you're watching on the live stream. Great one there from Jamie. El Chipo. And yeah, just as I said, enjoying the commentary. Jamie Fenwick, Rashi from South Australia. People watching from all over. Kicking off 2026. Kenda 660 tomorrow, but our testing tonight and our brand new live stream for 2026, the RCE Performance Overtaking Lane live stream. Thanks to them, of course, RCE. Grab all that gear. Queensland's #1 performance parts superstore. We're lucky to have these good parts superstores in there. Are they busy? They're damn right. Good parts, got them right there, all sorts of things. I did see one of the ads this afternoon. They've got AFCO in stock now, so, you know, if you want to step up your Kenda effort, new set of shocks. A lot of people overlook the stuff when it comes to shocks in drag suspension, especially radial stuff, and RCE have now got the AFCO in stock. They are a bit of fruit, let me tell you. They're a beautiful thing. But if you want to start, you know, you might have hot rodded every other part of your vehicle, but, you know, how about putting a set of hot rod shocks in it, get some AFCOs into it. RCE have got them there. And actually, they're quite they're just at the top of Moss Street there, which honestly is, we're lucky to have Moss Street. It's an absolute burning hub of anything that rotates or reciprocates, cars, bikes, you name it. It's all in Moss Street. RCE up the top there. Plenty of good stuff in the showroom there, so you can drop in and see it in person. A lot of people like to order online, but you get in there if you can and have a squiz. I don't know, we're still open Saturday mornings, guys. I know sometimes the old Saturday morning thing is hard for some companies to do. I don't know whether they are. I think they are. Because a lot of people can't get to the place before knock-off every day. So, yeah, I'd say sometimes Saturdays works. And we're lucky to have him for 2026. So, as we said, the normal format is what we do tend to pull together is the Friday night shootout. Wasn't going to happen just yet. We're not quite shootout hungry. Just want to get the first one in the bag. Everyone having a settler, and then you know, before the end of the year, I'm sure you will be having things like our Sugar Daddy shootout at Palmyra and Nightmare at the Bend. I don't know what we might do down there, but I know there'll be a few guys up for something Friday night before the end of the year. But here for the first one, just good old-fashioned testing. No pressure, except on yourself. And we thought, you know what, the best thing we can do is get on and just sort of whip it up for Saturday. Get the shout out there, get on, and take it from a test day to a pre-event preparation, pre-event warm-up. So that's the reason why we've ducked up and got into it. And Mrs. Diggle's just asking me now, I didn't know you were doing this tonight. I did kind of mention that. I didn't mention it just before you went to sleep, but I'm sure in the last 90 minutes before we actually went, when we both went to bed, I did say that I probably will go up there tomorrow. I do remember saying probably will. I do remember saying that. I know initially I said, I didn't feel it. And look, that's a result of what my preparation's always been for, well, not only Kenda, every other event that I'm lucky enough to do, these great promoters that I'm able to work for, is that I try not to think, as much as you see all our great Kenda ads and all of our lead up on social media, and yes, I can get on there and pump it every day about it. I know it's coming, I know it's coming, I know it's coming for months. But I normally just try and keep it out of the head until the last moment. And get to this moment now where it's like, yep, here we are, we're truly arrived. Soak it up, get into it. And I was not feeling it this week, so no, I still haven't thought about it. I'm not thinking about it. I wouldn't say it's been a hectic, busy week, but it's been enough work, let me tell you. And today especially. But again, we all rallied, we all got it together. The super team got in. Unbelievable when you can get them all in. We knocked this thing over at the end there. It was amazing, and got back still in a good mood, and was pumped. Thought, you know what? Now's the time. Knockoff's on. Friday's gone. Work's gone for the week. Now let's get into it. So couldn't help myself to get ourselves ready, but yeah, she won't be a big one tonight. I'll be staying away from most of you characters this evening, but. Warning for tomorrow night that, yeah, you'll be on my radar tomorrow night. But once we get to the end of tomorrow, because we know how big and emotionally draining Kendas can be. As we said, what are we going to see tomorrow? We're going to see brilliance. We're going to see the opposite. We're going to see, that's right, we called it the difference between brilliance and Bradbury. That's what we called it last year. The difference, we're going to see brilliance and we're going to see Bradbury. We're going to see luck. We're going to see good fortune. We might see the occasional high drama moment, because when you do go pro tree, especially when we get a few citizens in Bump City together, when you do get that moment, and it's not in quali, this is the thing, like you'll see some great moments in qualifying tomorrow where it's every category, heads up pro tree, but it's quali, remember that. But every entrant is making sure they're trying to make a percentage run, i.e. get the thing into stage, yes, leave on time, and don't have a bump infringement, because that's the thing that costs not only racers an ET slip in qualifying, but, you know, it's 3-round format tomorrow, so it's our traditional Chicago shootout. And that's the other reason why too, Mrs. Stiggles, by the way, I thought I'd mention it, is when I found out that tomorrow we start at, well, 1:30 on track, but driver's briefing at 1, is that I knew I wasn't out the door Sparrows, so I will get a sleep in tomorrow. And not camping in Renee, not happening. And of course, for all these people watching at home, yes, Pup's coming back to Kenda this year. He's given a few a miss. He's been working hard on weekends, couldn't make it, but he's obviously pumped enough to give it a shake and bringing the man up tomorrow. A lot of people asking after him the last few weeks, and yes, not that he'll leave his own area and be signing autographs, but he will be walking around the Radial family tomorrow. So that is looking prepped. That is looking nice. That last little bit of a drag there, you know, we might still, and I know that normally sometimes this might be one more application of the glue just yet, or whether or not it is just a courtesy rub to leave us nearly 30 minutes before the end of testing here tonight. There we go. The 650 bar is open, Scooter. See, that's the dangers of the Friday night, you see, mate. And you know what? Let me give an old fella a bit of advice about tonight, Scooter. It might, and you know what? The sleep in probably might allow you to get away with this, mate, the 650 bar. But you know, I've learnt that, you know, not that I need you in bed by 11 o'clock tonight, Scooter, but some of us, not like you, but like me, need my beauty sleep, and this mullet's got to rest at some stage, so. We'll give it a bit of beauty sleep tonight, and I'll be back here in the red pants tomorrow. Had a bit of a panic attack last night. I go, well, Kenda's tomorrow. Where's my red pants? I couldn't find them. Couldn't find my red pants. They were on a coat hanger with my red Christmas shirt, so they all got camouflaged. I flicked the thing about 6 times, didn't see them. And that's the ultimate test every year of Kenda. Can I fit into them trousers this year? And I think the answer everyone knows if you see me is yes, because the legs don't get any bigger, they get skinnier. And these poor old things are just about ready to fall off tonight. Too much on a ladder this week has crippled the old boy. That is some good tractor work there. Who have we got on there tonight? Grumsy? Grumsy's on one. Is that Sawyer on the other? There we go. A couple of Kenda legends. I wouldn't say former Kenda legends. I'd just say, you know, I wouldn't say current Kenda legends. Yes, former. But still will be back at some stage because I still know where their cars are. So I know that they're there. Grumsy in the front tractor and Pete Sawyer in the one behind. So, of course, Grumsy, that amazing Tirana 235 car with the 400Q Pro stock engine. That thing's got some lungs. I can't wait to hear Grumsy go 10K on that thing again. That is the Race Products Track Prep. Thank you, Dave. Yes, it is the Race Products Track Prep. And you can almost call it the Race Products Track Prep Super Team, because of course Sawyer, he goes without needing too much introduction. If you remember the orange Ford, what is it? Comet, Mercury Comet, the orange Comet. Remember it was in the super cheap auto ad. I think it was wrapped in a nylon wrap, the white one. So Sawyer's got that. Plus, you know, blowing HK. He's got toys everywhere. Sawyer. Good to see. And I know he's been into his like old semi-trailer truck or something. He's got a big semi-trailer truck that I think when the Kenda prep team hit the road and go to Palmyra, is they're all in there. He's in his prime mover. Old Sawyer driving the old prime mover up with all the track prep gear to go to Mackay. So I remember those guys towing out on the Saturday night. So here they are giving Juzza the best tractor service they can, and that's just to give it a nice consistent rub. It's almost like putting a fine little membrane back on top, isn't it? That's literally what the track prep can be. It's another little sticky membrane, and it is the application of rubber through weights on a sled. And we are rubbing tyres. A lot of times we are running like a 275 equivalent style drag radial style, and the sleds are doing a good job now. Let's just see how many more laps the boys do. But normally then, spray rig comes and just gives it a nice little binder over the top and the membrane's complete. Everyone can throw what they want at it for the last 20 odd minutes, because that's where we're kind of at. It's 9:32 now, Queensland time. Queensland, the radial state. So everyone's had an opportunity to turn them around, put them into the lanes for one last hit before we call stumps on it. And as we said, driver's briefing will be probably at the back of this tower tomorrow morning. Not the one, if you're watching on the live stream, not the back of the tower that the camera's on there, but the side tower there. Of course, their super cheap auto control tower. As all drivers must be present for a 1 o'clock driver's briefing. That clearly will be enough time for everyone. Gone are the days, and again, it happens different in winter. Like, we can start events, and run them normally throughout the day in winter because, we're not cursed with the oppressive heat from sun up to sundown. So the old days of trying to get people on track at 8 o'clock, it still happens at big events like, any of our things like Winter Nationals or Jambo normally, because we're pushing, 250 entrants. When you're pushing an event with 250 entrants, you've got to start in the AM. You've got to start at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever you can, to get them all through 3 qualies. So 250 cars to get them through 3 qualies, you better be starting early, because I think we're at about 90. 90's good. I mean, it's 90 quality. It's 90 thick of what we've got tomorrow in all our classes. 90. That's a nice field. You know what that gives them? That chance to get here at a reasonable time. No one's going to miss. That's the problem. We used to have guys turn up, expect, we're on track at 8. I'll get there at 7. For those people that may or may not know how that all works and the logistics work. If you would turn up at a big event like a Jambo or all Winter Nationals and you were going to be on track at 8 and you got there at 7, there's no chance you're being processed by 8, because a lot of the times when you're turning up and you weren't here the day before, you need to be accredited. You need to go and get all your, hand in all your paperwork, your license, your logbook. You've got to go and get all that checked in. And when you are there with another couple of 100 competitors, that administration has to happen first. So yes, getting in early to do that is beneficial. I've seen many a person, and you know what, this is not bagging some of our Sydney guys, but I remember going to Sydney Jambos where, you know, they are literally running on track and guys have not even come through scrutineering. It's like, well, you missed the first session because you weren't processed in time, and it's no fault of anyone's other than process must be processed. So that's what they're doing. But again, tomorrow, 1 o'clock driver's briefing, you would assume we're going to have enough time. Have everyone come in at the right time, especially if you're racing. Spectator-wise, you've got all morning. See you after lunch, as we said. If you are going to come up, it's going to be good. Good conditions that time of the day, cooling off. 3 rounds of quali, 3 rounds of Chicago shootout, so you'll get the gist of it. All of our competitors get the gist of it. And as we say to them in the driver's briefing tomorrow, basically your 3 rounds of quali kind of get you in the groove, and then your 3 rounds of racing just feels like you've just repeated what you did in the morning, and in the afternoon, and you do 3 rounds of racing. So you get familiar with running in your category, so you're going to see a few of your potential competitors throughout the afternoon's qualifying sessions. So when you roll up in your, like Scooter's going to be scouting out his opposition in the staging lanes when he comes for quali tomorrow. And he might, you know, you might in the water look out and see his opponent, well, not his opponent, his future opponent run a 7:01 the run before him, and then he's got to probably think about that. The future might see this guy in a round. And you know what? When you've got fields of probably, you know, what are we, 8 to 10 to 12, some of those fields might be a dozen, you might be 16. Before too long, you will be meeting many of them in 3 rounds. That's the thing. And sometimes you may end up, look, it's hard to beat someone and then expect to see them in the final. It's also hard to lose. This is the thing about Kenda. Just by losing 1 round doesn't mean you can't get to a final, but you kind of got to be perfect. No pressure. You've got to be, like, honestly, we do get a lot of 3 from 3s in Chicago shootout, but it's still harder after the 3rd round of racing to determine who's in the final, because we might have 4 guys or girls that go 3 from 3. So then we've got to find the 2 quickest in round 3 to determine the final. Or, and it's happened before, we get 1 person go 3 from 3 and 10 people go 2 from 3. So who do we decide goes into the final against Mr. Perfect, who went 3 from 3? Well, quickest DT, round 3. We've had people miss out by hundredths of a second of being in a final and not being perfect. Very hard to go 1 from 3. I don't think I've seen anyone come from 1 from... That'd be a Bradbury, wouldn't it? 1 from 3 to get to a final. We've seen plenty at 2 from 3 get there. What often do we see is multiples at 3 from 3, and then you're kicking people... We're kicking people out that were perfect all night and still can't make a final. That's kind of that's the level of racing we expect with Kendas after all these years, and I don't expect anything different for 2026, be it here, Mackay, the Bend, wherever we go. I don't expect it any different this year at all. It'll be that tough. I can tell you, was it a couple of years ago we're at Benarabi, and we're at the end, and Justin gave one of the best speeches I've ever heard him do when he announced Rumble in the Jungle, which was the $25,000 640 class. He announced that at the end of the Benarabi round of Kenda. But I remember saying to those people at Benarabi at the end, so I can't believe that, you know, we've all met literally here on the day, and we've participated in a drag racing formula and cannot believe what we saw with quality, side by side, parity racing, thousandths of a second, missing finals by thousandths of a second, seeing brilliant feats in finals. And we go, I said, I can't remember rehearsing for this, people. We're in Gladstone, and I can't remember rehearsing for what we saw, and that stunned us that night that we see it, and I don't expect anything different. It always seems to be the way. Whether you started fresh and haven't done it before, or you've been doing it since the beginning, you can still be brilliant no matter what. Speaking of brilliant, good to see him on the line. It's hard to miss him. The Rock's on the line there. Is that Jeffrey? G'day, Hello, Jeffrey. You big teddy bear. You look at him, you big teddy over there. Teddy Tuna. The Rock's over from WA, Power Management, of course, Solutions. And, Captain Risky about to bring the Tirana out, I would imagine. I don't know what our top 5 quickest 2J radial cars are in the world, but what was that, a 25 before, was it? That was mint, 111 in the 60 foot. I know I can't get much information out of anyone. I can't get into Rock's head and know what's in this thing for this run, but Rock, is it the same as before, or is it a little bit different? Yeah, just up little, I'm not going to say page up, that's a different bit of intellectual property, but, he's pointing up. He said it's gone up a bit. All right, if we had a dial, it's maybe gone up a dial, all right? Liking what the car did on the last run, and he said, well, yeah, we like it. We just up the dial. A little tiny bit by the sound of it. And why not? This is the swinging everyone will be trying to do in the next 19 minutes, you would imagine, because we are so close to laying the smack down with the Rock tonight. All right. He's from the Gold Coast, Ryan. So, again, just another suburban garage somewhere in Queensland lurks yet another beautiful creation. Australian-built car. Again, now spot on, the custodians. Honestly, folks, if you're watching this live on the stream and have not seen this car in person, well, you better come and see us live tomorrow. Come to Willowbank and come and look at it in the pits. Spot On's got a really big pit area right behind where the camera is on the live stream right now. And the Spot On quality's everywhere. You got to see this thing in the flesh. You got to appreciate how diminutive this car is. It's a Tirana. It's an LC. It's not like it's a scale model LC. It's the lowest, meanest, fastest looking LC that you could possibly see. And I know Mr. Grant O'Rourke, of course, who was the builder of this car. If you remember a screw blow and small block powered version of this probably 20 years ago, 4-speed Lenco pedal clutch, low 6-second car over the quarter then. This was like the twin to that, well, pretty much the same DNA, 2 completely separate different cars from what Grant ran, but still had built. This ain't looking good. That the ever reliable 2J has just lost power. Not good. Fired up, did everything else right. We know how much they go over these cars every run, and that's just interesting that it's just given us that little signal. And I can't remember how many months Ryan's had this out and running, but pretty much the drivetrain that he'd honed in the original LC GTR that he had. And honestly, that was a 6-second car back then with a lot more weight in it. This is the ultimate evolution, a purpose-built, double frame rail car built to go fast, where the original LC GTR still was, a street car on absolute steroids. But, getting to the stage that, I wouldn't say it was dangerous, but, when you're running 6s at 200 mile an hour, there's a lot you're expecting from a beefed up street car. But this was always going to be another evolution. And it sure is. And he'll be another guy, like as we said before, like our fella in the Mustang, the silver Mustang before. Was Daniel Barrett. Must just sit there and look at these things and just go, man, can't believe that's mine. And I'd be the same. If I was Ryan, I'd be the same. You'd see that thing, and again, I'm romancing it a bit because I don't have to work on the damn things. But I'm sure there's been moments there when it's all together that you look back and you go, man, this thing. Can you love something and hate it as well at the same time? I think you can get a car to a stage like this where it is an absolute weapon, and when it does give you everything you want, you got to love it because you can't get that feeling normally any other way. That's legal, but when it goes wrong, you probably hate it for a few minutes and you just wonder how much can you keep loving it. But I'm sure there's moments he's got to look at that thing. I mean, I look at that thing when I see it and I just go, man, that is a sick thing right there. It is a weapon. And got to pinch yourself, I think, sometimes. I know he does. We talked to him about it. He does sort of just can't believe it got to this. But there it is. And this is one of the joys, I suppose, of the current evolution of that car, is that the clip is off the car right now. You can't quite see it on the live stream, but just below the camera that we've got there, they've got the Tirana up against the wall here. The front clip is off the car quite quickly, and you can get right in. Well, again, you've got to come and see it in the flesh to appreciate just how narrow the track is in the car when you see it. Like when you have a look at the front end in that car, you've got that billet 2J in the middle, and then you've got those struts and those front wheels there. Like you really, when you look at it in the picture, you go, man, that thing is a tiny weapon. It really is. But it's worth seeing it. Worth seeing him in that flesh face. Look, the stream's going to show you on track, and that's good. If you love the racing, that's good. But it's the other stuff that you will see in the flesh that you cannot see ever on this stream. And that is just what's going on when they're apart and they're working on stuff. So you got to come and see that for yourself. So come and look at that Tirana in the flesh, clip on, clip off. It's just, and again, this is one of these cars that if you need to, you can take the shell off the back. You can actually literally take the body off the thing. All right, Stu is back for probably one last hit. 9:46 Queensland time. All right, it's an all Toowoomba thing then, is it? Stu Henry, 615 cubic inches of Ford Capri from Toowoomba. Paramount, Tremaniac and Arrow Automotive, the three names on the sheet. Scott Cortina, as we know, the Gazzard brothers. His brother out the front there, Paul, the Leaf Spring Kings. Pro-charged Pro-line on a 235, for heaven's sake. Small tyre, big power, 463 the previous run for Scott today. And as we said, some left in the tank on that run. Stu Henry, 478 today. Would have loved to have seen that run. Deserves another one to stick right now. That's a pretty healthy OG275 car right now. Toowoomba's finest. Testing here Friday night before tomorrow's Kenda. Stewie, beautiful, beautiful, 482, not quite a 78, but if that's what the 78 looked like, well, I'm glad I've seen the 82. 113. 123 for Scott. It was out again with a little on the table. Stu into the 1-1s, and it was a wheelie. Came out of the hole with the wheels in the air, and it was only just enough wheel stand. Thing did come down nicely. Poetry in motion. But, all right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are closing in 5 minutes. The lanes are closing in 5 minutes. All right, Craig Scottney back trying to hit the 550. He went 548, 547. Trying to hit the 580 will be Ashley Thompson, 579, 571. Nice run, gentlemen. Oh, 52 and a 70. So Ash goes a little too quick for his 580 for tomorrow, and a 552 is in the sweet spot there for Scottney. Now, I don't want to put a rain on Scottney's parade. Remember, we had the current Well, actually, Scotty's in 525, so we don't have to worry about... Just have a look at his bracket. Scotty's not in Renegade. He's not trying to hit the 50 because there's a 47, a 48 there, and a 52. I thought he's trying to hit the 50. He's actually trying to hit the K525. He's trying to hit the 525 index. So he's got a little bit more to do there, but I think engine of that size in that, it's not too far away from getting it. All right, here he is. Colsey is back. And it's not often that we get to see these two bump in against each other. I know it's only testing, but Caleb Singh going to be in Outlaw 235 tomorrow. The Commodore, Andrew Coles, Colsey, Public Enemy, spot on performance. Twin turbo Noonan Hemi on a 275. So he'll be in, says here OG275, but we know he's on Outlaw 275. Lovely Renee guiding him in. One of the real radial housewives of Australia. We're going to go to Bump City. Oh, we got out okay. Caleb did too, but it's a 469 for Caleb to go with his 6.0 and his 61. Andy came out 115. It was good. 115 in the 60. It did the big separation. You can see the rear suspension. You can climb out of the wheel arch. Duncan, did you get your alternator? Oh, there it is. Thought it was Sterlo. Then he showed me it was Nathan Hindmarsh. He went from a Sterlo impression to a Nathan Hindmarsh impression. And he's limping. He's picked up an injury. Picked up an injury in the search for that Ford alternator as Dunks. Yes. Hurting him in the back pocket, even though his pants don't seem to have a pocket. All right, here he is, Sangy. Now, he already got the belt from last year for running on the Renegade 550 class. What did he do last run? 5.50 with a 5, did Sangy in the Tirana. Sam Rosa, 641, 645, 655 from the Falcon, the FG, Coyote, Harrop, and some spray. Tick, 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 and tick. He'll be running in the 640 Rumble class tomorrow. Just testing, that's all we're doing. Lanes close in 3 minutes. Nice hit of the tree, 074 for Sengi. And there we go. Oh, 550 with a 6 to go with his 550 with a 5. Is that how the reigning belt champion starts his 2026 campaign, by just testing with... And you know what? I'm not going to put the kiss of death on him, but, you know, you can have your Bradburys, you can have your Brilliance, but, again, if we get favourable conditions tomorrow night and press, some of these guys like Sangy, like Aris, all of a sudden the 5.0, the nice 5.0s become the 49s, and that ain't good. So there can be a little bit of lifting tomorrow night, but it's not like quarter mile racing. You might get a hole shot, you may not. You may be gapped, and you're trying to haul them down over a quarter. You feel like you got time, but in the 660, by the time you think you've got a chance, you've lost it. Oh, Dave Hillman about to come out with Ryan Holtz. Another car been lurking in the garages of Brisbane. You want to go blow and Hemi in a... Well, I think he's running next run. I think that's what we're going to do. Is that right? Okay. There we go. He's gone to neutral after the burnout, Ryan. He's keeping it revving. It's got all the gears now. Just wonder, because he might have some big fat sloopy injectors on that thing, that maybe it did the old... Might have just flooded up. I mean, got plenty of fuel in the combo tonight. We are in not bad air conditions, in air conditions here tonight, so horsepower can be made. All right, so I'd say Dave Hillman's going to have a solo next run, I think. So here we go. Captain Risky, last hit of the night, you would assume. He'll be in, I think, Outlaw 275 tomorrow. 2JZ in the LC. And ain't it one of Australia's toughest Tiranas? Definitely in my top 10 outright forever tough Tiranas. Oh, not this time, Ryan. Oh, he's going to try. He's going to try because you can, and we do. Well, I tell you what, we can still pull this off. We can still pull this off. Ryan's done the zing. I'm sure Dave's seen it. I've seen Ryan back. I think Dave thinks I can have a hit here. So Ryan's doing what you can normally do in testing. Of course, you can't do this in qualifying. You can't do this in racing. You can do it in testing. If you're quick enough to zing it and then intent to come back, we let you do it. You won't be doing this in racing. You won't be doing it in quali, but we'll let you do it tonight and not too many times. She ain't happy. She's all slipperidge there. She's all slippy. Dave Hillman there, that 521 Hemi, not able to hook all that up, and that thing was slipping bad. Ryan, I was watching Dave initially on the hit. Didn't catch Ryan, so Ryan's rolled through again. Not a successful second hit at it. So anti-climax both sides, but you got to give it that moment. Yeah, lanes are closed. There we go. So lanes are closed. Oh, 5 minutes. There we go. Okay, so we've got a report that may see some debris on the track. Maybe, I would assume, Dully's spotting it down there. Might have some metal on the track. Look, I can only assume it may not be in Ryan's lane. It may be in Dave's lane, only because of the behaviour of Dave's car, that maybe it did throw some bits out of it. It was slipping there. The engine was making some power. The RPM was there, but it was not engaging the transmission like you would expect it to do. And now, with people been watching the car on the way down, appears that there may have been some crumbs out of it, some metal bits out of it. Yeah, I thought so. There we go. So another word there that somewhere near the finish line might be something. So that's what we're going to go and inspect right now. So it's not just what the feedback we've had from track crew, but we've definitely got people sitting down there watching and spotting and giving us this information that they are scouring now, literally from 330 foot on, to see whether or not, from what we heard and saw out of Dave's car, there are some components or just some, again, we don't know what it might be. But it certainly was not happy. Was not happy at all. So we're just going to scour that and just see whether or not that's just crumbs or whether there's liquid. If there's liquid, we're probably in a little bit of trouble there, and whether it's one lane, whether one lane stops or whatever. But we don't know yet. That's what we're looking at. We're at that time. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. If you hadn't towed yet, too late. So whatever's there, we're going to run. But again, that will depend on the next couple of minutes there of what they may find in regards to just what happened to Dave's on that run. So that's all we're looking at right now. But yeah, don't forget, drivers briefing, 1 o'clock tomorrow, on track for quali at 1:30. 3 rounds of qualifying for each category, and then into 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. Of course, our special Colonel Sanders 11 Secret Herbs and Spices seeding process. So it doesn't matter where you qualify in the list, our seeding literally nearly throws it all up in the air. And again, every single time, like just when you think, because people sometimes go, how did I get this guy and how did I get this guy? And these questions continue to be asked nearly every time. And I can just explain and say, listen, this is the process. We've used it forever. And you know that every time we do it, not everyone qualifies the same way any which way every time anyway. It's not like we get to do this 100 times a year and we can pick everyone's form. It's just how well you're doing on the day, where you are after qualifying, and then our seeding chart just dishes out perfect mixes every time. Twists and turns that so far have never shown us a one-horse race in any category. Never shown it to be an advantage to anyone ever. And then the rest just sorts itself out after that. So 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout happening after quali. And then if you're good enough, instead of 6 runs that you could hopefully successfully complete, you might end up having a 7th, and that's to fight for the title. And what a great title. So even for tomorrow, Bumping in at the bank for Kenda 660 tomorrow. Outlaw 315 brought to us. Well, actually, Outlaw 315 was on our charts for that. We'll see what rolls up out of here tomorrow out of that one. Of course, our Outlaw 275 class. That's RC Metalcraft and Spot On Performance and Fabrication. So the Outlaw 275 class, the Outlaw 235 class is brought to us by Haltech. The OG 315 class brought to us by RLC Engine Reconditioning and Kazz Industries. Our OG 275 class brought to us by our friends at BRP Racing Transmission Coolers. Our K525, thanks to Benny at Your Plumbing Solutions. The 525 index, we're having another crack at that tomorrow. And as we said, that's open to all sorts of vehicles on all sorts of tyres. It's a class that doesn't give you a tyre size as long as it's a radial and you can hit the 525. Your Plumbing Solutions tomorrow. Of course, the 550 Renegade class, brought to us by Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. You just can't get one. Well, not right now, but you might be taking orders for 2027. You'll have to see. We might be able to get you a pool in 2027. I know you're going to have a hot day or two saying, I want my pool this year. Look, drop an inquiry on his website. He may be able to fit you in this year because you just can't get one. Radial Ruckus, our 580 class, brought to us by Spool Imports. So thank you, Spool Imports, for Ruckus 580 class. Quick 60 race cars bringing us, Trent and the guys, Radial Rumble 640 class tomorrow. And 60 Foot Inc. bringing us the 700 class tomorrow, the Radial Rebels. And it does say here Outlaw Grudge Bikes, so we might have a few bikes here tomorrow. STS Speed Shop. So they're our categories for tomorrow. Of course, thank you for all of the special awards that we can give out. The minor awards, like we normally do. Six Boosts Hard Luck Award. We can't give that out today. We've got to give that out tomorrow. And even then, sometimes we're reluctant to want to give it out. But it's a Hard Luck Award. If someone encounters some rotten luck tomorrow, the Hard Luck Award, Six Boost, Kyle and Peter, still dishing us out $500. You're right, Duncan. You're going to go get your alternator? Okay, Migaloo's going to get the alternator. All right, good on you, Dunks. If hopefully he's got that Ford alternator. If not, go over and get him a spare. Give him another one if he has. If he's already got one, get him another one. So Six Boost giving us the Hard Luck Award again for 2026. Best Power Wheelie this year, thanks to Power Management Solutions. All right, Rock. We've got to find a good Power Wheelie tomorrow. Look, we normally... awards like this, I mean, we normally like to give it out in racing because that's the heat of the moment. That's where awards happen when you're not expecting to win the award. So when you're in the heat of racing and other things happen, that's when we normally like to award. But we will look at some notable mentions during quali. Sometimes that helps us determine who might have won the best power wheelie. Obviously, someone starts to do it in quali and then in racing they still manage to do it. You know what a power wheelie is, coming out of the hole, wheels in the air, and again, you don't have to be 10 foot in the air to win a power wheelie. A power wheelie can be a 1-inch wheel stand, but it could be 660 foot of wheel stand. That can be a power wheelie. We do need more than an inch these days. We need to maybe see some gap and how long you can carry it for. And normally if you can run the whole race, if you can incorporate the power wheelie into a run that wasn't an aborted run, we do consider that. But I mean, if you go out there and pull us out an epic thing that you've got a lift on, we will ask the crowd that tomorrow. We will be looking for hands in the air if someone takes the Power Management Solutions power wheelie during racing. Asterisks on that. If something amazing happens in quali, we'll have to consider, especially if it's a split decision sometimes or a notable mention. Thank you again for Diverse Project Group from WA. Of course, Lorenzo. Bravo, Lorenzo. Diverse Project Group gives us, Mark Allen and I, $500 to give to someone for an ounce's choice. What's going to impress Mark and I tomorrow? We normally confer at the end. We do write notes as we go, and we can start judging that literally from Q1 if it's something we like. Or a lot of the times an answer's choice goes from a car that we like to a car driver package that we like. If the driver gets to use the car as a weapon more, that can sometimes be in our favour. It certainly helps. Trim South Queensland, so Trim SQ, standout LS powered car. Now that's not saying quickest LS powered car. Trim SQ's given us $500 to award someone tomorrow as a standout LS powered car, no matter what. Quickest doesn't matter. Winningest doesn't matter. Turns up and gives us something, we'll consider it. Thank you, Trim SQ. The most consistent package is always up. Thank you, Performance Wholesale, for that. It's a $300 voucher to spend there at Performance Wholesale. Thank you again. The most consistent package that we ask from our racers. So again, this is something we can't judge. Most consistent package will be the racer that can give us, and we like it in racing, 3 ETs as close to each other as they can. So in racing, if you're able to just say give us a 550 with a 1, 550 with a 2, and a 550 with a 3, that's not bad. That's pretty good. You could probably win it for that. The 300 voucher could be yours. But if someone goes 550 with a 1 twice and a 550 2, well, it's that person. So it's up to the racers to bring us those time slips sometime after round 3 tomorrow. Ideally 3 ETs. And this is the thing. You can bring us 2 ETs identical, but it's whatever the third slip is. You can't bring us 2 slips. Maybe we should put this in the maybe in the conditions of the most consistent package for races. It's got to have 3 slips. You've got to hand us 3 slips. Bang, bang, bang. Or if you're in the final, if you're lucky enough to be in a final, you can give us 4 slips. You might win that. We can't not give you that if you technically are the most consistent package here over 4 slips in racing. And there's another one here. Bolt King, thank you. King of Bling. Shiniest, nicest, sweetest, sexiest vehicle. I guess that's what King of Bling is. $500. Thank you, Pure Bliss Beauty Bar, for best cruise style. And I hope we're all looking out for that. But Pure Bliss, you need to let us know. As much as we can look, you can look too. And last but not least, Platz's Auto Electrics, best reaction time in racing, $300. Thank you, Reese Platzer. Platz's Auto Electrics tomorrow, $300 for best reaction time in racing. All right, the lanes are closed. We said that. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. What we've got is what we got. Time we ain't. But we're going to let what's in there out. All right. Sure we'll know his name tomorrow. This is in Renegade tomorrow. What are we? HZ, 551, trying to hit the Renegade 550. Brett Coles, I don't try. If this thing's quick enough, can either hit a 640 or a 580 if it all works. 13B bumping in. Tell you what, doesn't mind the tree. They're both going to get what they want here. Here we go. 552. 044 light 5. There we go. I knew there was a 5 in it. 593 for Brent Coles. 593 for Colesy. 552. So our Kinger. Our Kinger, 552. All right, so we're going for a wander there at the 660, whether something's come off or blown off. I wasn't watching. I was looking back at the screen, having a quick look back at the screen to see the 593 come up there for Brent. But the Kingswood down the track earlier 551 with a 7, then a 552. But we are focused down there, just watching down to the bottom end, whether or not we got any feedback in regards to that run. But something did get their attention. All eyes on the start line here. I can have a look. Oh, okay, there we go. So that's got the attention. Somebody's window. That's what we're looking at. That's not good. If that's the HZ, that could be a glass window. Here's the replay. Was it Brent's or was it? Don't know which one. All right. Again, if I had my iPad right in front of me instead of looking across at the big screen that I can see here, or our spotters down track that can message me to see which one it was that flung the window out. Was it an RX-7 window or was it a Kingswood window? I don't think it matters too much in the scheme of things. It's a big piece of glass, whether or not it landed and shattered. And if that did that, well, you know, that stuff's that's as bad as oil. But I guess we got it. It came out. Maybe it bounced by the look of that. And we're going to finish by the look of that. That's good. Timmy, back for one more run. Getting that Coyote dialed in. Yeah, it sort of shut itself off last hit. Probably sometimes you can't test something unless it's under launch. Hopefully it doesn't do it again. 565 it ran today. All right, Timmy in by himself by the look of it. Last test hit for him tonight. Someone's got to throw that tree. All right, the ute. So the ute just got pushed back there. I thought we were waiting for the ute, but the ute didn't come. Timmy was ready. All right, so the signal was that the other guy shut off. And yes, you can go in. I'd say proceed, Tim. I think that's what the word was. The other guy didn't get... All right, okay, Timmy goes back. All right, try again. No, okay, nope, okay, nope. Reset that again. See what can happen in only a matter of seconds. Waiting for the ute, couldn't fire it. Timmy had already gone into stage. No one gave him the signal that it was a solo. They were still waiting for the ute. Timmy was the last to know. All right, here we go. That's better. Then it shuts off again. Then it's just gone again. Launched, went out a bit further. Then the thing has this sort of snuffing moment where the thing just shuts itself off. No good. 565 stays as the best ET he's run. All right. He is back. More laps on the car. Daniel Barrett. All right, Barrett getting used to the bumping in. This is way more car than he's probably ever had before. Tell you what, he grabbed it. It didn't really like it initially. 470, 166. It went 042 off the tree. He bumped it in brilliantly. 124 in the 60, and it was still hassling the tyre. But he was able to, like, he grabbed it, we're away. He can race with that. Tick that bloke off, he's ready. Bumping in like a champion there, Daniel Barrett. All right, so only a couple of cars left by the look of it. Jesse Lindner, one more run coming up. Simon O'Carroll, one more run coming up. Mitchell Bean, one more run coming up. Scott Hipwell, one more run coming up. A couple more. We're generous with our time here to make sure they get the last test run in after that prep we did around 9:30. Dale Gridley and OG275 tomorrow, that amazing Valiant. Paint optional, I'm the same with that, I'm the same with Dale. It's got all sorts of things. It's got a scoop, even though it's got 2 boost tubes inside the scoop, and it's got zoomies, even though we know it's got 2 turbos. And what can you say about stuff we haven't said about Rob Chaplin, honestly? Guy from Albury, RC Metalcraft, big supporter of Outlaw 275. 971 cubic inches of Pat Musi, 5 kits. And on that 275 tyre, let's just see, did the 55 before, let's just see whether we can do it again. It likes it, likes it, likes it. Nice one, Chappie, that'll do, 52, 55, that's nice. I mean, we're barely ticking the 971 there, barely tickling it. Good to see the big 971 getting its right thread there. Big candles, grunting its way down the track. 118 in the 60, 118 in the 60, 303 to the 330, 452 at 162 mile an hour. 55 earlier on, 52 now. So a couple of keepers for time slips tonight. And here we go. Speaking of Camaros on, big bold Camaros on small tyres, here is Simon O'Carroll's last hit of the night in the Kraken. In that same lane. We knew it can handle Chappie. Can it handle the Kraken? All right, Simon. Have a look at that big screw blower out the front there. There's still plenty of bonnet between the back of that blower and the windscreen, so that Hemi is out there. All right, Mr. O'Carroll. Let's see what the Kraken can do. Oh, not bad. No, that was it. Hey, here we go. No, decided not. He had a half a thought about it. And it's shut off now too. So there we go. Can we get him in the loop? It's a little bit uphill there. Once he gets over the hill though, this is what happened to the Kraken last time. He kind of got a little bit marooned down near the third loop. But this time we all thought it. Everyone on the start line was almost running out to say, Simon, back. And he almost thought about it. But instead he went forward again and then shut her off. So we can see him rolling down over the hill here. Last hit of the night, but had peeled off a 416 there, I think. We saw that the Savo. Flick that back up there. Sure, I saw a 16 or something this afternoon, and it was amazing that it did it sort of in those conditions where the track was still warm. But even here tonight, like, there is a trade-off. Yes, I don't think we're cold as far as track temp is concerned, not yet. You know, we have plenty of heat in the track, but people are making power. There is horsepower to burn out there. And then when you are making more power, how your start line is affected, you don't know until it happens. And as we said, some of the best minds in the game, small tyre stuff, sometimes punish you more than it rewards you, but it's the rewards that multiply when you know you've had a few setbacks. In other words, not setbacks, just runs that don't count, runs that don't stick. Like then, there was barely one tentacle on the start line there from the Kraken by the look of that. And that power management grid, getting that power management on that car, like we saw that on the previous runs when it goes like 106 in the 60 sort of thing. All right, here we go. Nice skid, Jess. Here she is. He was saying 2 runs. That's what he was saying. This is the last run for Jesse tonight. Geez, I tell you what, 6:45 with an O, 6:45 with a 5, 6:49, 6:49. Locking in on that 6:40. All right, look for the beams, young lady. Oh, there we go. Little pedal there, little pedal. So here's a simulated pedaling situation. Still recovers, 7:22. Just a little bit too much grunt, a little bit too much right foot. A little bit of right foot there for Jesse. Just blows the tyres off it. And again, as we said tonight, the conditions are good for power. The difference between, and again, remember a lot of street suspension. It is a street car. Sometimes they are just on that fine line, and it's not just Jesse that's knocked the tyres off that thing before. Barnes knocked the tyres off it on occasion. So she's going to be happy with the 44, the 245s. Especially that first 45 that I predicted. Daniel Hookham, Scott Hipwell. Hookham and Hitwell. Sounds like it should be a big law firm, shouldn't it? Hookham and Hitwell. Choose your poison. Turbocharged 477 cubes in the UC Tirana. Daniel Hookham, it just says 5, well, it says Commodore 5 litre. That's, of course, his drag and drive Commodore with the Coyote in it, but this ain't that. This is another car, Capri. Very pronounced hood scoop. All right, he's got it hooked up now. Hipwell, it goes to the stripe, 5:19. Best so far today for him by the look of it. 5:19, 139 mile an hour. 5:19, 139. 6:11 for Hookham. Nice squeeze of the throttle there. Very, very healthy lungs on the Capri. Tell you what, he almost lit the wick there, Mitch. He just came out a little doughy. They're talking about having another skid here. Mitchell Bean, another run in the creation they've been working on for a while. Got onto the Pro Mod Camaro a little while ago and been decking it out with some of the best LS goodies. We said this car's got plenty of tyre if it needs it, plenty of wheelbase if it needs it. And that very healthy LS with a moderate weight. It's not 1,800 pounds, but it's not 3,000 if you know what I mean. It's light enough to be dangerous. That'll do. Yeah, look. Enough skid there, no smoke on it too much, but the thing did light up. So he's got, of course, direction there, but Ash Mason out there by the look of it. Helping Mitch. Look, he did get some wheel spin there. Did he get some? I don't think he really smoked him too much, but that was 2 sort of attempts out of the water. It didn't really light up. Again, this time of night, making sure that, you know, we've got an air correction there. So again, if you're tuning in a safe zone, or are you tuning or not changing your tune in regards to the air, because, you know, they need to be a little bit rich when the air is good. She's definitely got enough methanol on this thing. All right, Mitchie, more laps in the car. I wouldn't say big flexes here, but just small movements, more power, more seat time in the new deal for 2026. There we go, Mitchie, a little bit more, 71, there we go, 155 mile an hour, shoots out, pulling up nice. Just definitely not anywhere near where you could really wring its neck, but it is just dishing out numbers, getting those laps in, and that'll be exactly what the man's looking for. He's not a rush of blood sort of guy, Mitch. He's been always more on that sort of common sense side. And new deal, he knows how to respect them. All right, Trent Brimble out there. Commodore, the villain. I think that's Russell Tonkin. And an amazing Kingswood. Just the quality. The quality lurking in our suburban garages is truly stunning. Russ, this thing's cranky. It's nearly into the fives, this thing. 603, 613. Trent Brimble running an OG275 this weekend. 510 for the Turbo LS Villain VL. That's good for the Villain. 1, 2, 3, 60 foot, 607 for Russell. 499. There we go. 499. 499 for Trent Brimble. That's a pretty competitive time in OG275. So it's good to see a couple of these runs sticking at the right time of night. And you can either expect another good performance or just one over the mark. It's radial racing, that's radial testing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When it does, it's one of the best things you can ever see. When it doesn't, just go, well, back to the drawing board. Try again, Russell Archer out there again. One more run for the RX4. This immaculate Falcon. Tough as nails already, I can tell. 606. Remember that last run? Him and Russ Tonkin ran each other. Just cranky. Cranky Aussie muscle. First time at a Kenda, I would assume. I haven't seen this car before. Seen Russell before. He's got the Kenda bug. Just that little zing there for Russell, just that little bit of a zing. No hassles. Oh, 599. Thank you very much for the Falcon. 599. Where's he going to be? In the 580s tomorrow? Of course, the Ruckus 580s tomorrow. And for Russ, earlier 550 or 570. All right, last pair of the night. All right, we called it this before, I'll call it again. This is a bona fide Sendmobile. Guy King, Barra Power in the little KE20. Kind of picking up where the Hoff left off. I mean, Hoff made, bamboo coloured or beige coloured KE20s cool by being, 7-second quarter mile cars with 2Js, but Guy King, I mean, where's the Barra fit in this thing? It's in there. Again, if you're at home watching on the live stream, I mean, you don't get to see underneath it or in the engine bay. That's why you need to come in to the track and see it for yourself. Come and see it. Don't just watch it run down the track. Come and see how it all fits. Let's just see what the Corolla does here. It's a bona fide weapon. Double wheelie, big double wheelie for the Corolla. Still goes 481 with 2 pedals. Guy King, 2 pedals. I mean, almost like a bit of wheelie control, whether the wheelie control is his right foot or not. But twice that thing reached for the sky. That's the sort of stuff that maybe tomorrow Power Wheelie Awards are made of. But for now, that concludes your Friday night testing for the Kenda 660 round 1 tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed that. I hope that's a just reward for all the hard work you've done to be coming to a Friday night, taking a bit of radial testing, and we hope to see you all tomorrow here live in person to see how it all goes down for our first Kenda of 2026. As we say, drivers briefing at 1 o'clock behind our tower here. You'll be hearing a few calls in the morning, not too early. And drivers briefing at 1, on track for qualifying from 1:30. So make sure you grab your tickets, get them online, and get out here. Bring your friends, bring your family. We'll see you after lunch because, yeah, we're kicking up 1:30 for the beginning of qualifying. Drivers briefing at 1 o'clock. Bring your friends, bring your family. See you after 1. Don't forget too, not only now but tomorrow, we've got some great Kenda merchandise available down there, including some 2025 season stock going at good prices. We'll tell you a bit more about that tomorrow. So good night for now. Back to your lives, and we'll see you back in the morning.